everyone. I'd like to call to order the City of Bowie regular City Council meeting of Monday, April 17th, 2023 in council chambers. It is now 8:02 p.m. I would like everyone to please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, I'd like to state that we have a quorum.
Yes, Mayor, we do have a quorum this evening. In council chambers, we have Councilmember Estef, Councilmember Wolfley, Mayor Pro Tem Ndebumadu, Councilmember Hawkins, Councilmember Truesdale, and Mayor Adams.
Thank you very much. A couple of quick notes, really quick for people, just to give you a heads up at this time. We will be adjourning and going into closed session before we start our work session this evening. So that's just to give everybody a heads up. You will see us get through the agenda. We will then close and go to closed session and then come out and start the work session. Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask my colleagues, are there any agenda additions, deletions, or amendments? Hearing none, we will move to citizen participation.
Okay, Mayor, just for the record, we did receive one comment via email this afternoon, and it was forwarded to council, so it'll be part of the record this evening.
Thank you, City Clerk. We will start off with Gail Bingham. Good evening.
Good evening. Is this where I speak?
Yes, you adjust that however you'd like. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I've been a resident here in Bowie for 20 years, or a little over 20 years, and my concerns that are growing now is the lack of enforcement or some kind of watchful eye of certain things that are happening in our community. So I'm just going to read what I kind of wrote up before I came today. I was thinking about how to start this exhortation, and what came to me was what a city employee actually said to me at a park where I had to call the rangers and the police many times to rid the park of weed smokers. So I'll say it like this: Bowie, the town that I moved into, was like Mayberry from the Andy Griffith Show. Now it feels like Compton. Now that's an exaggeration, and I'm not saying anything against Compton, but I think you know what I mean when I say it seems like it's turned into Compton from Boys from the Hood overnight. Now this was a family-friendly community until certain things stopped being enforced and certain things were brought into the community. So where I have started to really have concerns for our children who are working at the Bowie Town Center, and even just as a family-friendly location, there's this party headquarters place that has shown up, and now it's inviting some clientele from different areas that are not respectful. It looks like a party situation, and so there are people coming from DC, from Virginia. I see all kinds of tags. And honestly, the biggest mistake I feel a city can make is to allow club-type places and party-type places to be in a family location where people are walking with their children can see certain things. So what I'm seeing is a lot of other city tags, and some people who live here in the city probably as well. And they're being disrespectful with the speeding, loud, disturbing music. The dark tinted windows, I need to look up the law about that, but you can't even look in the windows. It makes me very nervous. You don't know what people are doing or having or holding inside of their cars when they drive up next to you or wherever. So I see a lot of the dark tinted windows, loud, disturbing music, and it's so disturbing that I honestly plan to move now. because this isn't the city that I used to know. So I see children and adults, and when I say children, I mean young children, like 12 years old and up, walking around the Bowie Town Center half naked, and I'm talking mostly for the weekends, half naked around this party place, exposing body parts. Even just this past weekend, I saw these cars parked. They wouldn't move. Security couldn't do anything. They ignored security. We all had to keep driving around them as they parked their car in the middle of the street and talked. And then I even saw an exchange of money and something. I don't know what they exchanged. So I saw men handing money, getting something in exchange. I rarely go to the town center now because of these things. I go to other town centers where it's nicer. This city will continue to lose business and residents when lawlessness increases, and that includes even some police officers who speed past you doing 20 miles over the speed limit themselves. As I shared on a neighborhood app, if the law enforcement breaks rules and doesn't enforce rules, then the city is lost. As a citizen, a resident, I cannot enforce rules, but I do what I can. I actually pass out flyers, sharing with people saying, you know, we need to dress appropriately, we need to have our children dress appropriately, and we certainly need people to dress appropriately who are visiting. I pass out flyers, I do what I can to encourage people to behave appropriately. I talk to people very kindly. But just like the security told me when I asked them why they were letting these people just park in the middle of the street and talk and making traffic go around them, I feel the same way, that we really can't do anything. They said they try and they ignore them. So we really need a police presence at the Bowie Town Center, particularly on the weekends. And it's not just the Bowie Town Center, it's at the parks. As I'm driving, I shouldn't be smelling weed, because weed, even if when it's passed in July, is supposed to be smoked within residences, not in public. So, you know, I'm very disturbed by these things, and I just wanted to request that, and I've been in touch with the chief of police. He's been very helpful, very kind, trying to assist with certain rules that are broken even in my community. But we need good police officers who are going to enforce the rules, and we need a police presence. More so than just driving around, but a police presence at places like party headquarters and whatnot. The only suggestion I could think of, as a person who, I was a teacher for 25 years, what I could suggest is that Sears building that's been empty for a minute could be used as like a fun place. It could be a place that offers seminars on good behavior and dress and whatnot, but also it could become a bowling alley, a skating rink, but there would have to be rules to enforce that people cannot come in there who smoke or smell like weed. People cannot come in there who dress inappropriately. We have to give some kind of incentive, maybe. That's the only thing I could think of. Does that mean my time is up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well then I guess that's good enough. You get my point.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Next, we have Charlene Pearson.
Hi, Council. Hi,
Hi.
Mayor. Hi, citizens of Bowie. Lend me your ears if you would. I am not a lobbyist for the Ethics Commission. I represent my family, the Bierstow clan. We moved into beautiful Bowie in the year 1997. Had my 2 kids, and now I'm a divorcee, you don't say. A single mom. I have worked for the city of Bowie, so my comments tonight will talk about 2 things in the budget. First, the Parks Department, and second, the Public Works Department. I'm down on the list twice because I don't want to take away from either section of the budget. This is pertinent, and here's why. When I worked as an admin assistant for the city of Bowie, that was during Ed Hall's running of the Parks Department. As an admin, I was given guidance to not list things on the list for invoices with too many words. Now we can see I'm verbose, but I was told not to list things so that I would not be giving out too much information to council. This obscuring, obfuscation was done on purpose so budgets could be robust and big and juicy, so that the city could continue to grow like a drunken, without any oversight, with real oversight, because the pro forma rules make it so that you have to approve things and have to carefully go through them in order to pick out where that waste is. Let me explain to you, we all love flowers, but we all plant annuals in our own yards so that we don't have to return next year to do the same work we did last. But in budgets, that's the wrong way to go. You want your budget to be robust every year so that you will waste money by spending more money to make your budget look bigger. Now, why does this matter? Because the city continues to grow, but women's salaries continue to stagnate. I can personally tell you, I have a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Science from the University of the District of Columbia. The most success I was able to personally achieve in the state of Maryland was $17 an hour. I believe I have been used as a proxy in several situations, not to divulge here. However, I've not been able to achieve financial success while the taxes continue to go up, and a single-family, tiny little village house in Bel Air Town 2 is paying the same amount as a single-family home, but I'm a single-family mom. I cannot afford my taxes, so I'm one eyelash from being homeless. I cannot afford a $300 water bill when I only have one toilet. Let's get back to the Parks Department before I get off track. The Parks Department has continued to have great infrastructure. And why? Because they manage it well. They sell it off every few years so they can continue to have the newest and best, and that is great. But the other municipalities win off of the backs of Bowie's hard work. And the people who work so hard don't realize that the other municipalities are making great purchases in the municipal Craigslist off of the works of Bowie. Is that being talked about in our off-session meeting this evening? I wonder. I would not know. But when I was an admin of the city of Bowie, I was given a very strict boss who insisted as a single mom I be at work by 7 a.m., but he wanted me there at 6:45, and if I wasn't, then I was punitively harassed. I didn't last very long. I'm a little tough and a little verbose, so my admin style and that boss didn't seem to work. However, the budget for the City Parks Department, with its beautiful LEED certified silver building, needs to be examined. The canopy of the city of Bowie is being contracted out to be chopped down from places in Rockville just as much as it is from Anne Arundel County. So I'd love to talk about canopy beds on Craigslist, but the city canopy is one of the most beautiful, as we can only say Bel Air Lane. We have to protect our canopy because that is what protects 301 from all of the exhaust. Next, the City of Bowie's Parks Department budget needs to be examined because the benefits are speculation. The city went Nazism by requiring shot lots and medical fraud, which is a violation of privacy and HIPAA. The city should not be requiring any employee under heaven, earth, or the underworld to take a shot for any reason. We were all born free breathing, and we still are breathing free, and we do not need our city employees now having diseases from experimental medicines that the city of Bowie residents will have to pay. I'm not here to get into a COVID argument, but we see Roman numerals in the middle of it. That's my remarks for the City Parks Department. Let's move on to why Parks is the only one that has a problem. This now addresses our friends over in planning. We have recycling bins, but we don't recycle. Can the budget please explain to us why we have recycling bins, but we don't really recycle? We send all these trucks over to another town, and then we don't recycle. We have a budget for recycling. So we want to know why we don't have over in planning money for putting aside for recycling. The city of Bowie deserves a real recycling program, and we've waited for over 20 years for one. We all have blue buckets. We don't separate. We just say, oh, well, it's going where it goes, and we still haven't addressed it. When will we recycle for real? When will we turn those items into something the city can use? That is a request that I wish that you would put into your working sessions so that we have a real recycling program, not a pro forma recycling program. Last but not least, it has come to my personal attention that Public Works has a software program that the employees do not know how to use and is from California. The employees need more support with training on that software program for the city sewers. Not only does that program have problems with it, but the city has used a program that has not been given enough technical support, and I would like all of you to address this with your actual Public Works Department. It is not the foreman's job or the planner of Public Works to be responsible for a California company that is not giving the City of Bowie employees the technical support that it needs. Now, last but not least, the city deserves to figure out why there's so much cancer cluster, and if you're gonna make a health department, please make sure that instead of harassing mothers and single mothers, please find out why. ADD is skyrocketed and we have cell phone towers on school grounds. Our report card nationally is a D. Next, could you please explain to us why we have more autism starting? Because Nazi environmental war and medical war is presenting in the state of Maryland. People are being given diseases through that medical debt. Medical debt takes away equity. And equity is how all of us decide whether we are in performa in our society or falling by the wayside. Thank you for the consideration of my commentary. For Parks Department is comping out most of its stuff too fast, and planning doesn't have the support it needs for its employees, and the City of Bowie chose the wrong answer. It sided with the insurance companies for COVID and persisted in medical fraud. If you look up a spore, you will see the infographic. If you watch the 10 Commandments, you will see you're not supposed to take an image, and if you've taken microbiology at the University of the District of Columbia, you would know that something that is gram-positive is pink, and if you see that you have an infographic that's gram-positive, then that means you have a streptococcal bacterium and not a plague and a disease that requires the employees to take 2 shots. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, we will move on to presentations. I would like to have Dr. Cynthia Farmer, the principal of Whitehall, Brian Kuval, vice principal, Jennifer Monoff, the tag coordinator, Dawn Wine, the instructional lead teacher, Michelle Ponte, the library media specialist, Dawn Nowlin, and Carletta Barrio, the administrative assistant, to please come forward. We will do the presentation of the proclamation. Would council join me down below? Sure. All right. So if you could,
scoot in like we like to show.
come on in, and I guess I will do it this way. It's a little different, but it's good. Okay. A proclamation, the City of Bowie, Maryland, of the Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland, congratulating Whitehall Elementary School and being honored for excellence in gifted and talented education. Whereas Whitehall Elementary School has earned the 2023 Maryland Excellence in Gifted and Talented Education, EGATE, Schools designation, and whereas the EGATE Award recognizes public schools that offer superior and equitable gifted and talented education, and whereas the application process requires school teams to document how their school's gifted and talented education program aligns with state guidelines, and whereas Whitehall Elementary School has received this designation twice. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland is proud to congratulate Whitehall Elementary School Principal Mrs. Cynthia Farmer, teachers, and students in obtaining this prestigious designation and wishes them great success in the program. presented by the Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland on April 17, 2023. Congratulations to all of you. I would like to add, as Councilwoman Ingrid Harrison, I believe, was there that day, as we, an opportunity to be there. Watson, I am so I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. Councilmember Watson was there, but we were so impressed with not only the students, the presentations they gave, and with the faculty, with the staff, but also with the questions posed to the students by those from the Maryland Education Department. And just that recognition statewide for how great this school is here in Bowie. So, Principal Farmer, Dr. Farmer, I want to thank you for all that you're doing in our community and to all of your people who are assisting you, because it's not just the talented and gifted that are truly rising up, but all of your students. And we simply want to say thank you for all you're doing and for making us so very, very proud here in the city of Bowie. Thank you. All right. Can we get a couple pictures? Come on in. Come on. Here we go. Everybody in. Let me. Here you go. Dr. Farmer. All right. Thank you so much. Did you want to say anything? You sure? All right. Hey, thank you again, man. I look forward to coming back soon. Hey, thank you all so very, very much. Thank you. At this time, we will now move on to city boards and committees. Council, we have two committee appointments, and we were looking to do the swearing in. I would look forward to Mr. Darius Hyman, who was interviewed on March 20th for appointment to the Education Committee. Council concurred to appoint him to the committee as a member for a 2-year term. Please move to appoint him.
So moved. Second. Oh, I would like to make an appointment. I would like to make a motion to appoint Darius Hines to the Education Committee.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. All in favor, please respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed, same favor. Hearing none, the motion carries. Second, we have Mr. Richard Sexton, was interviewed on April 3rd for appointment to the Board of Personnel Appeals. Council concurred to appoint him to the committee as a member for a 2-year term. Please move to appoint him.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed, same favor. Hearing none, motion carries. Are either, both are in?
Mr. Hyman is here.
Mr. Hyman? Of course. Please come up so we can swear you in. Please raise your right hand, if you would, please, council members. All righty. I state your name.
I, Darius Hyman,
Do swear or affirm
do swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland,
to the state of Maryland,
and support the Constitution
and support the Constitution
and laws thereof,
and the laws thereof,
and that I will,
and that I will,
to the best of my skill and judgment,
to the best of my skill and judgment,
diligently and faithfully,
diligently and faithfully,
without partiality or prejudice,
without partiality or prejudice,
execute the office of regular state
execute the office of Education Committee
member of, according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and the laws of this state.
and the laws of this state.
Congratulations. Thank you. Please come up. We need to, you can just come up front.
Right. It's okay, we get confused too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Darius.
Congratulations there. Looking forward to it. Here you go. We can see if you can get some more steps in. Thank you again. All right. At this time, we will now move to council announcements. I open the floor to council members if any have any announcements. If not, I will go real quickly and just stay. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait back to you.
I just want to share that, I just want to give a brief shout out to Todd, who is our IT director. We had a wonderful, wonderful meeting with Wanda Gibson, who is the CTO CIO for Prince George's County, thanks to Councilmember Watson, who made that connection. And it was just an amazing meeting based off all of the efforts that the city of Bowie is doing with Dig Ones. And it's just so wonderful to see how we'll be working with the county to see how we can implement some of the things that we've done here from a smart cities perspective, and then a lot of the resolutions that we've adopted with IT to continue to influence the progress and the success of Prince George's County. So just want to shout out Todd. Also want to shout out Councilmember Watson for making that connection. And also just want to say a huge thank you to Wanda Gibson, who is doing amazing work at the county level to lead us from an IT perspective. Very, very, very proud to see the IT committee that we have here and the amazing work that they're doing, because if it wasn't for them and Todd and staff, we would not be in a position where we are now working with the county to be able to tell them a lot about the things that we're doing here in the city. So I just want to give those people a shout out.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment and congratulate city staff, but also our police department for opening up the information center on Saturday in the Bowie Town Center. We now have a office there where people can get information and all. It was really a pleasure to be able to meet with the police officers there and other staff and other people there as well. So I'd like to commend city, but also our police department for having that information center right there inside of the Bowie Town Center. I'd also like to congratulate the city on how well the Savor Bowie event went this past weekend, where we had thousands of people coming through at the Bowie Town Center. And so again, congratulations on that as well. Having said that, my last comment would be, I would ask everybody to simply take a moment of silence for all of the victims, the families, and the communities who have suffered through these mass shootings of late. So if you could, please just take a moment. Thank you so much. And one last thing. Council Member Watson, I apologize for not having you come up and get in the picture. But I need to acknowledge that. And for those who don't know, that's Council Member Watson. If you would, please raise your hand and stand. There you go. All right.
Our county council member.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. All right, we now move on to the city manager's report.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a report today. We're just ready to get into this budget thing.
Thank you. I will now move on to the consent agenda. Open to a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve this consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please respond with an aye? Aye. Opposed, same favor? Hearing none, motion carries. We will now move on to old business, which is the adoption of Ordinance 0323, amending the Code of the City of Bowie, Chapter 26, zoning, Article 1 in general, to reference updates to the Prince George's County zoning ordinance. Without reading through, well, to amend various definitions contained in Section 26-1 definitions, to amend 26-2 fences, to clarify where fences may be located, to amend Section 24-4 permitted vehicle parking in the RR and the RE zones, and repeal 26-5 vehicle parking in the R55, R80, and the RT zones. Section 26-6 vehicle parking in the R30C zone, and Section 26-7 vehicle parking in the OS zone, to consolidate city code provisions regarding the types of vehicles that may be parked in residential zones in the city, and other miscellaneous non-substantive changes. I will turn it over to city staff.
Hi, I'm Jamie Braun, Code Compliance Manager, and the main reason for this amendment is twofold. One is to bring our fence ordinance into a more current situation, and also to reference the changes that were made to the zoning ordinance when the county passed their new zoning ordinance and zoning maps in April of 2022. So those references are minimal. That's why these sections of 26.5, 26.6, and 26.7 are being removed. Those were sections that related to specific zones within the city, and those zones no longer exist because of the way that the zoning ordinance was changed. The most significant change is basically for the city residents. Again, it's for the placement of fences on corner lots. And one of our residents came to city council and said, you know, we need to reevaluate these setback requirements. And so that direction was given to staff, and we presented this amendment to alleviate some of the the huge setbacks that were required from the previous ordinance from 1992, and to allow for different properties when they are back to back. They can then have less of a restriction. They can have less of a setback requirement. So I did provide some pictures. I have some of those pictures if you'd like to see them, or if there's questions regarding the setback requirements. But what we've presented is dealing with the very large setback requirements that were required for the building restriction lines for so many years, and also when properties back up to land that is not going to be developed, or that is park property or HOA property, that those setback requirements aren't as egregious.
Okay. At this time, council, any questions at this time? Hearing none, I will open, I will open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers? Okay. Mr. David Young. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm not used to doing this, so bear with me. I guess I'm one of the first ones to bring up the question in regards to the setbacks because it affected me directly as a new resident of Bowie, and the confusion from PG County pulling permits as well as matching Bowie. I just want to say that I am in total agreement with the new setback rules, and I think it truly favors the citizens of Bowie. All right.
Next we have Arbor Lau. Good evening.
Yes, thanks for having me here. Ability to give me the opportunity to speak about what I went through as far as I agree with Mr. Young. The rules with the fencing. I've been in Bowie for 27 years, and I bought a property in Saddlebrook East in 2006, excuse me. But I agree with the ability, we should change the, I guess it's the fence law, chapters 26-2, because my issue was I was just basically replacing a dilapidated fence to keep my home in good repair, to help the neighborhood to look good. I found out that I was in a violation of some code, which I never knew about. I bought this house foreclosed, so it was bank owned. You know, I moved into the house, so my idea was to change this fence out, keeping the same exact footprint, just updating the wood, and I found out I was in violation of the code. I feel like the code that exists as it currently is very inflexible. The setback laws are impractical. I appreciate the opportunity to just let you know that any change in this would definitely help me and at least 3 other people, because I'm a corner lot. The neighbor directly behind me is corner lot, so we're all kind of suffering for the loss. So we appreciate you hearing us out. Thank you.
Next we have Daniel Watford. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time addressing this, and I would definitely agree with the last gentleman in terms of how this ordinance is truly outdated, and because I was in the same situation where I put my new fence in the same exact footprint as the old fence, but then later found out that, you know, as long as I was willing to replace boards on an old dilapidated fence, then it would be okay to keep my fence in the same position, which doesn't make much sense to me because the setback rules state that you can't have the fence no more than, I want to say it was 36 feet, because I've been talking to Jamie, we talked about this as well, 36 feet away from the curb, which would be probably a third of my yard that is now fenced in, but now would be open to the public. Again, it's my yard. Doesn't make sense that I now have to open this up to the public for whatever use. The use doesn't make sense to me because currently, if I kept the old fence there, I wouldn't have to move it. I wouldn't have to open it up. So the ordinance definitely needs to be addressed. It needs to be updated. It's from 1992. I don't know what was happening in 1992, but now in 2023, we need to revisit this. Again, it just to me, it doesn't make much sense for us to keep it the way that it is. Even with the amendment that Jamie is proposing, I think they're shaving off 9 feet. To me, that's still not enough. I mean, for my corner lot, my neighbor that sits behind me has a blind spot on his driveway, so he can't see someone walking because of my fence. I'm willing to move my fence back far enough. He's never complained, but this is just, I know these are the rules. He's never complained, but I'm willing to move my fence back 2 feet, 3 feet, 5 feet, whatever it is, for him to be able to see pedestrians walking when he's leaving his driveway. But again, 36 feet is excessive. Even taking off the 9 feet that they're proposing, still, to me, still is excessive. So that's my gripe. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. At this time, we've heard all on the speakers list, and we would declare the public hearing closed. Council members, questions?
Comment more than anything. Thank you very much to staff for the good work on this. I know it's been a long time coming. There have been a lot of discussions. There's been a lot of ambiguity with the county, and a lot of folks in the community have been hamstrung, being unable to put up new fences, awaiting clarity to come through. So thank you very much, Jamie, and your team for working through with this, and hopefully we'll take care of most of the concerns that have been raised. And I know that there's always going to be a wish for greater, or I should say less of a setback, or because people want to take it as far, but there are safety issues, so I certainly understand that. But thank you very much for the good work, and look forward to seeing these getting executed this evening.
Any other questions or comments from council? Hearing none, I'm open to a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to approve and adopt ordinance O-3-23, please.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please respond with an aye. 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 Opposed, same favor. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you again, staff, so very much. And again, as Councilman said, I know there was a lot of work that went into getting this done. All right, we will now move on to new business, and that is the Bowie, Mitchellville, and vicinity sectional map amendment, SMA. The City Council will conduct a public hearing and determine if any additional supplemental recommendations should be added to the city's September 21st, 2022 position statement regarding the Bowie, Mitchellville, and vicinity SMA. I'll turn it over to staff. Joe Minor.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Joe Minor, the city's planning director, and before you tonight is an item for public hearing. This is an opportunity for council, if you choose, to provide supplemental recommendations regarding the county's sectional map amendment for the Bowie area. A sectional map amendment is a zoning step that follows the approval of a master plan, and the Bowie master plan was approved last year, and this is the last step in that process, is to reconcile the zoning with the recommendations of the master plan. So back in the fall, council held a public hearing, and council chose to send a letter to the county council. The council's hearing was September 19th. We had about a dozen residents who came and spoke specifically against some of the recommendations involving the Freeway Airport property and the Frank's Nursery property, and council voted to oppose those particular rezoning aspects in the sectional map amendment. So attachment 1 is a copy of the letter dated September 21st, which has all of the council's recommendations to the county regarding the SMA. And council also at that time asked for more time and requested that the county council postpone their hearing time to spend more time examining the Freeway Airport issue. And in fact, there was a postponement of the county's hearing from November until now. And so that hearing has been scheduled for May 9th. Residents in the city have received the notice in the mail of the sectional map amendment change and invited to participate in that May 9th hearing. And so there's an opportunity, if council chooses, to provide additional recommendations for that hearing. One issue that has emerged since the previous council's review last September is regarding the property on Elder Oaks Boulevard, and that was the focus of the staff memorandum for tonight's meeting. In examining some of the background of that situation, and we do know that the issue related to the consolidated storage project, that developer had withdrawn his application for consolidated storage, but what was revealed in the community sessions that were held was that the property was zoned Commercial General Office, CGO, and it's a very small parcel, only a couple of acres in size, on the inside of Elder Oaks Boulevard. It's the only undeveloped parcel within that community. We provided a zoning map on attachment 2 if you'd like to refer to it, but one of the topics of conversation at the community session that was held over in the community was that the property that's zoned commercial, CGO now, is completely surrounded by residential development. And when you look at that zoning map on attachment 2, you can see that the remainder of the planned development of Covington was placed in the LCD zone. And so all of those parcels surrounding and in the vicinity of this Elder Oaks property are in the LCD zone. And so this is an issue that we think should be brought to the county's attention in conjunction with this sectional map amendment update. The purposes of the CGO zone are very generous in terms of various types of commercial, retail uses, office uses, residential uses. They're all permitted in the CGO zone. And we found that the residents who attended that community meeting were very much opposed to commercial development within the middle of their neighborhood. Looking back at the policies which were put into place in the 2006 Bowie Master Plan and sectional map amendment, at that time the property was rezoned from the LAC zone to the CO, commercial office zone, because at that time there was a pending proposal for a medical office building on that parcel. And we provided the background to you in attachment 3. At that time, the developer, who I believe is still the current property owner, had a developer who was interested in developing a small medical building, and the request was to go to the commercial office zone. So that property stayed in the commercial office zone up until the county-wide map amendment last year, when the county put it in the most comparable new zone, which was the CGO zone. But in fact, what that did was it broadened the ability for commercial and mixed uses to occur on this small property. And so with that background, we looked at the rationale that was given in the sectional map amendment in 2006, and it specifically, we've attached that page as attachment 4. It talks about the property being appropriate for the CO zone to boost economic development for the area, and also that it's consistent with the master plans, the 2006 master plans, policies and strategies to concentrate mixed-use land uses at the Bowie Regional Center and in the mixed-use activity centers designated by the plan. But in looking at that particular statement, we believe that conclusion of the sectional map amendment at that time was in error, because the property is not located within an activity center, and it's not located within the designated boundary of the Bowie Regional Center. So the justification given for the previous CO zoning, we think, was in error, and now there's an opportunity through this sectional map amendment to adjust and make the correct zoning category. So in fact, the master plan had other policies that spoke to the type of development that would locate outside of the regional center and outside of the mixed-use activity centers. And those things, the key points of the policies was that there should be similarity in the density, style, and design and materials to surrounding communities. And this is one of the points that the residents brought out at the community session that was held last month, that the master plan actually encourages more compatible development than the situation that now exists with the current zoning. And so looking at the range of options available for zoning under the current county zoning ordinance, we believe that the residential multifamily 20, RMF 20 zone would be the most appropriate zone to consider for this parcel. The purposes of that zone are listed on page 3 of the staff report, essentially trying to establish compatibility with surrounding lands, providing opportunities for multifamily or higher density residential development, and providing those opportunity at sites that are proximate to centers or near commercial corridors. And so based on that justification, we believe that this is a recommendation we'd like council to make, that the city send a letter that supplements your previous letter from September that would recommend that for the Elder Oaks parcel, that council recommend rezoning from the CGO zone to the RMF 20 zone. And that concludes the staff presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Question. Are we going to hear from? That's a question. City Clerk, are we going to hear from the property owners?
And we haven't signed up for the public hearing.
Part of the
So when
public
you-
hearing? Okay. Anything to staff right at this moment? Anyone?
Real quick, so.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Minor, so we're talking about moving it from CGO to multifamily residential, the entirety of the property?
Yes, the 2.4 acres of the site.
Okay, so no commercial, all residential?
That's the recommendation, sir, but when you look at the list of uses that are currently allowed in the RMF 20 zone, there is some amount of commercial, minor supporting neighborhood commercial that is available under that zone.
Can you expand on what that might look like?
I don't have the list of uses with me, but when you run down the table of uses, there's, I just can't off the top of my head tell you what those are, but there are some, and that would be, in a sense, somewhat of a challenge for the neighborhood as well. If you were permitted to have some degree of retail use, perhaps like live workspace where you have a storefront with people living above. In some cases, that's desirable in a mixed-use situation, but we believe that the RMF would provide an opportunity for a developer to come in and do primarily a residential development.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified, and I've got a lot more questions about that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So just a quick question for Mr. Minor. So with that new recommendation, how are we thinking about that with CB 52 and CB 53? I guess I'm a little confused because there are two bills that are in draft at the county level that essentially could pose an hindrance to that recommendation. So I guess I'm trying to understand, how are you thinking about that?
Well, I think the zone permits a wide range. The RMF 20 provides a wide range of residential uses, and I believe you're referring to the current desire of the county council to prohibit temporarily townhouse construction. This zone would permit any residential type of use with the exception of single-family detached developments. So you could have apartments, you could have mid-rise apartments, you could have the 2-over-2 product, which is a multifamily product like you see down at Hall Road by the library. You could have senior housing, you could have all of those other types of residential uses.
Just a follow-up question really quickly, but couldn't you essentially still do those things except for, I'm assuming the only thing that you wouldn't be able to do with CGO is the 2x2, but so couldn't you essentially still do all of those things in CGO?
You could under the current CGO, but again, the CGO is such a wide open zone. It permits all forms of retail, all forms of office, and a wide range of residential. So I think you could narrow the spectrum quite a bit if you went to a more neighborhood zone, which would be primarily residential development with some ancillary commercial.
Do you have precise examples of what ancillary commercial would mean? Like, does that mean a daycare? Does that mean a grocery store? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, like I said, I don't have the specific use table in front of me, but I think you're right on target there, that it could be a small food store, it could be neighborhood serving commercial. I want to say a veterinarian, a daycare center, that type of thing.
Good. Any other questions, Council? Did you have a question? No. At this time, then, I will declare the public hearing open. Do we have any speakers? Thank you, City Clerk. Andrew, I'm sorry, can you enunciate your last name? The writing isn't the greatest, that's why I said that.
I'm not a very good writer.
Colivas? Okay.
Colivas. I'm the, Mr. Mayor, I'm the property owner on
Okay.
Elder Oaks Boulevard.
If you'd like, you can pull that other microphone up towards you. There,
Yes,
there.
I'm the property owner at Elder Oaks Boulevard. A couple weeks ago, I came to the council meeting and introduced myself and said I was willing to work going forward. I was selling the property. I was not the developer of the self-storage. It was a contract sale. So since that time, I have met with a couple of the residents, Mr. Holmes and Ms. Babin, and a couple of the council members, and told them I would work with them like I did at the last meeting, the council meeting, and to see that we could get this developed going forward to fit the neighborhood. And I'm here tonight to say, that's our intent, and I don't really have any issues with this staff report. Any questions or? No?
So I just want to make sure I understand. You are aligned with the, I can, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're aligned with the recommendation to switch the zoning from CGO to residential with some small component of, I guess you would say.
Yes,
Just want
I
to
am.
make sure. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Any other questions, anyone?
Yeah.
Please go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, just want to say thank you for your partnership with our community. Obviously, this was a controversial topic. This is something that you didn't have to do, so just really appreciate you stepping up to the plate and showing support to the residents in our communities.
Thank you.
Sure, I could have him come back up.
I just want to give a thank you as well. Last week, over the weekend, we did have a chance to meet Mr. Andrew face-to-face and some of the organizers in District 3. And so I just want to thank you for, your cooperation. I would say keep working with the HOA, along with, just not limiting or restricting the possibilities that can be in that community. Thank you.
Sure, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo what my two colleagues said at the end and just say, this is a really great example of a property owner being willing to work with the community and also the city council. Like Mr. Truesdale, Councilmember Truesdale said, we did meet with Mr. Kalibas over the weekend with the HOA and some council members. That was myself, Councilmember Truesdale, and Councilmember Gardner, and we did sit down and brainstorm a wide array of uses for the property that the community would be amenable to. But I just want to say this is a great example of a property owner that is doing great work with the community to really understand what potential needs are that could impact that community and benefit that community for the better. So I just wanted to highlight Mr. Kalibas for that because he's a great community partner. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now ask Mr. Dan Lynch to please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Dan Lynch with McNamee here on behalf of the property owner on this matter. Just want to make sure you understand that Mr. Kalibas not only is agreeable to the rezoning to the RMF 20 zone, but since he received word of the possible rezoning, not only have we spoken with your staff, Mr. Joe Meinhardt, but also they've set up meetings with the civil engineering firm to start looking into, whether or not the RMF 20 was feasible on this property and what the end result would be. He just wants to make sure that the council understands that, he's also gone to the extent of, meeting with an engineer to make sure that he can either do the multifamily, which is permitted, or the 2/2s, which is also a very successful product. As Mr. Meinhardt indicated, a good example of those units is the Hall Station Center down on Central Avenue. I worked on that 15, 20 years ago, and we were surprised at how well the 2/2 sold on that property and how quickly they sold. I think we do something comparable on this site, at least in terms of the residential development, and hopefully be just as successful. If, for instance, it turns out that we can't do the 2/2s as proposed, then the RMF 20 does allow some type of multifamily product on that property. So again, yes, as Mr. Miner indicated, there is some commercial allowed, but really the intention here is to look at a zone that allows flexible amount of residential development on the property, whether it be the multifamily, the 2/2s, or some type of comparable product. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions they have, but again, we've sat down, we've gone through the staff's recommendations and the findings, we agree with those, and we agree with the recommendation that the property rezone to the RMF 20 zone. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council members? Seeing none, thank you so very much, and again, appreciate that. We will now have Linda Norris. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Adams and the rest of the council members. Thank you very much for having us here again tonight. I did not make it to the meeting on Saturday. I wasn't able to make it, but I did hear what had transpired, some of what had transpired over the meeting, that there was discussions about changing 3610, rezoning the Elder Oaks property to something, I heard commercial residential or commercial neighborhood or something like that. So I guess my only concern is that it's not commercial anything. And the reason for that is because we currently have residential medium, residential high, which are the apartment buildings, and residential medium. We don't have any commercial anything. So whether it's something down at the bottom, commercial at the top, commercial on the side, I just think it would disrupt the neighborhood as it is. And I'm just hoping that whatever residential it's converted to will not include any commercial, because once you introduce commercial, once that door is open, that's it. What happens when the next owner, he sells the property and that property owner decides, hey, I don't want any residential. I want to tear it down and I want to make something else, or what happens when there's, county council members or whatever, they're in and out of office and they're not there to fight, they don't agree with what we decide on. So I just believe it just opens that door, it keeps that door open to introduce commercial into our neighborhood, and it doesn't exist there right now. We don't have anything like that. And we can go across the busy street to Bowie Town Center, we can go to busy 301 and go to Walmart and all those other commercial properties. We can go across the, across the street, risk your life across the street over to all these businesses off of Collington Road. All we have is this one little area that's probably not even a square mile that we have, that we can just call a little sanctuary, our home, where people can walk their families and not worry about seeing any commercial. So unless you would want a commercial property in the back of your door, why do you think we would want it? We're human. We have emotions, we have feelings, we have families, we have loved ones, and we desire a better life, just like you. So why do you think we'd want to open our door and see a commercial 7-Eleven underneath built of some apartments or whatever it's going to be their residential? no commercial. You wouldn't want it, and guess what? We don't want it either. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
At this time, I will close the public hearing. Okay, council members, any questions? Comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the only comment that I have is when we went to the meeting on Saturday, the list that was given to us had a number of different options on it, and part of that list included commercial. So I don't necessarily know that commercial is something that this body is recommending rather than what we saw on that list as a potential idea from the community that it be mixed use. I guess so I'm a little confused now because it seems like there are members of the community who are saying, yes, mixed use is something that we'd be okay with, and now it sounds like there's a different perspective. So I just wanted to call that out because we did receive this extensive list, and it wasn't a list that we came to this meeting with, it was a list that was given to us by the community in terms of options that the community would be supportive at this location. So that's not to say that those feelings and those thoughts aren't valid. I just want to call that out because we did participate in this meeting for 2 hours and received a number of different suggestions and recommendations from the community, and now it seems like there's just a different perspective that might not be what the community wants. So I just wanted to share that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other comments? Questions from any of the other council members? I guess at this point, I will go back to Joe Minor. And Joe, the way this stands, I just want to make sure we're real clear on what you're recommending that we may want to do with the zoning of this, and what would that include?
The recommendation is simply a request to the county to change the zoning of this Elder Oaks parcel from the CGO zone to the RMF 20 zone.
Okay, but my question, I think, for everyone to go back one, RMS 20, you know, I heard the whole concern about commercial. Does that include commercial?
It does include certain commercial uses, and I do have the list of uses here. One of the things that I suggested when I met with the residents, the leadership, I gave them a copy of the table of uses, and I suggested that perhaps their community would be interested in following up with the developer and pursuing some sort of covenant document that might restrict and narrow the types of commercial uses that are on that list of uses and prohibit those from occurring on that particular property. That would be a private agreement between the property owner and the association, the Citizens Association, the Homeowners Association. So that would be the only way to narrow that commercial focus through a private agreement, which the city would not want to be part of. That would be something between those private parties. And the council could not recommend to the county council a restricted RMF 20 zone. You'd have to approve or recommend the zone in place of the commercial zone. You could not restrict the particular list of uses at that time. It's just not done that way.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that my distillation of what you just said, kind of getting to the basics of it, is that we can't restrict that zoning in the sense of that would be something that Mr. Colivas would work out with the neighborhood, with those, and just have that kind of an understanding. I know you just mentioned that you had recommended that they talk to Mr. Colivas. Mr. Colivas, just out of curiosity, did anyone follow up from that and talk to you about restrictions from a commercial stand?
Well, we had the meeting Saturday, and I told them I would work with them. We had
multi-zoning, but I'm willing to talk about it, sure.
Okay, so you're open to understanding what that is and what we're talking about here. Because we're doing the public hearing, we're doing for action this evening, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
And the only, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I would say.
Come on up.
So, the only thing I would, Mr. Mayor, echo is what the Mayor Pro Tem said at the meeting Saturday. There was some talk from a couple of the citizens that were there about the need for commercial, or, you know, they said they wouldn't mind commercial, but that's something, again, that I'm open to have ongoing discussions with them as we proceed forward.
Okay.
If you all adopt the recommendation for the RMF 20.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Estelle?
Mr. Minard, it sounded like you had the table for the RMF. Do you mind reading through us real quick which commercial activities? I'm looking at the list, and I see that it's not, you know, as you say, nearly as permissive as CGO, but I think it'd be helpful if the community understood what some of the options were.
Okay, I guess I can focus on the retail type uses, eating and drinking establishments, catering and food processing, fast food restaurants. There's some special exception uses. I mentioned veterinarian, that would be a special exception use. General business offices, in the retail or personal service uses, which would be like a barber shop or a nail salon. Within the commercial category itself, you have grocery store, convenience store, consumer goods establishment, pharmacy or drugstore, and that type of use. So I think that gives you an idea that, and again, it's a small site, so that, you know, you could only get a certain size building with parking requirements and everything else on there, so you're not going to get a massive commercial development. But I think it would behoove the residents to try to make an agreement through their association that would narrow the list and prohibit any of the things they don't want to see there that would be permitted by the zoning. And I think it's also important to understand that, you know, if this were an annexation or something of property, the council could make this type of agreement with the property owner, because in exchange for annexation, the city could support their proposal. In this situation, it's really the residential community that is looking for something to gain by working with the developers. So really, it's more appropriate for them to handle it privately at that level, and it's not really appropriate for the city to get involved in that, because it's not the same thing as an annexation discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. No, and I appreciate that. Mostly I just want to make sure that residents understand what they're looking at. I think Mr. Clevis has demonstrated exceedingly good faith throughout this process, and I know he's a member of the community, and I know he's been going above and beyond working with residents. But my concern is always just making sure we're setting accurate expectations. I got some feedback from residents this weekend that confused me, because residents seemed to be very certain that they were getting like senior housing there and a specific type of commercial development, and I had to explain to people I don't believe that anyone's in a position to promise that right now. So I just want to be sure residents understand exactly what's permitted in this new zone. It's not nearly as permissive as CGO. You're not going to get a big box store or a huge high-rise, but there are some commercial options. And, you know, as I said, Mr. Clevis operating in good faith is wonderful. It always works better when the developer's working with the community. At the end of the day, he doesn't control market forces. You know, he's paying property taxes on this land that hasn't made a cent for him in a long time. So he's going to have to do something eventually, and he's got to work with what the market will support. So just want people to understand that down the road. There's only so many promises that people can make at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Minor.
All right. Thank you very much. Council members?
Yes, I would like to add on to, I'm sorry, thank you, Mayor. I would just like to add on to what my colleague was saying earlier. terms of, coming and sharing at this meeting, there was no 7-Elevens, there was no type of commercial places like that. I think we came to an agreement that we know what we don't want. And with the property owner sitting at the meeting and sharing his time and his thoughts in terms of being open, it's a unique situation. It's a very unique situation and an uncommon situation that even happens. And I would say that such of a unique situation to where the residents can perhaps, if it is a mixed use of anything, it will fit the aesthetics of that small space as well as that small community. So it's just a unique opportunity for the residents to really be a part of something that can add value and beautify, its residents. So, I just want to leave that there. Yeah.
All right, thank you again. Mr. Kalivas, I think you heard very clearly that there's a resident who was here who I think it would be really advantageous to talk a little further and make sure that we're still hearing all the voices of the community. I see the Mayor Pro Tem is rushing back up. Would you like to make a comment, Mayor Pro Tem?
Go ahead, please. No, thank you. I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from council? I will open the floor if a motion is to be presented. Well, Councilmember, go ahead, right ahead.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendation to supplement the Bowie Mitchellville sector map amendment.
A second.
It's been moved and properly second. Discussion?
Staff,
Councilmember Steve?
is that a proper motion?
It would help if you mentioned the zoning category from the CGO zone to the RMF 20.
RMF.
I would like to file a motion to provide recommendation to update the specific property from CGO to the RMF 20 zone.
Is that good enough? All right, thank you. It's been moved and properly second. Discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, I just want to highlight that this is it's a tough decision, mainly because I do want to honor and really make sure that we're recognizing the comments that were made tonight in terms of asking us to essentially strip commercial use from this particular zoning ordinance. And I think we're in a tough spot because we did meet with the community in this conversation, essentially we never heard from the community that anybody wanted to strip commercial use entirely. So I think this is a really tough decision, and I think we've tried to discuss this for some time now, and I want to make sure that we're moving forward with this property, and we are being a good community partner, but also at the same time honoring and working with our business owners who are trying to make a good faith effort as well. And so I just want to highlight that this vote is difficult and tough because of the information that was presented here tonight. And I do believe that it is in the best interest of the HOA to essentially have a conversation with Mr. Kalivas and establish a covenant. If there are certain types of uses that the HOA would not like to see, then have that conversation and establish that covenant with the property owner directly. Because if you do establish a covenant, the covenant follows the land. It doesn't necessarily follow the owner itself. It follows the use of the land. So that would be my thoughts on the matter as it stands, based off of what I've heard from the community. I think we've heard a number of significant voices. I think we've all done a ton of research, and so I just wanted to highlight that, and I want to make sure that people understand that they were heard, but it is a tough discussion and a tough spot to be in. Thank you.
The public hearing has been closed. Sorry. Any other comments from council as we're doing discussion? I think that gets to be, I think, what I'd like to do as part of the discussion is just ask Scalivas, and for example, Ms. Norris and others along those lines, that you understand where we are and what the concerns are. You've heard them. I would ask that you be proactive in working with them to make sure that those things that are truly that fits within what they want to see. You see, there's that concern that, and I think Ms. Norris put it very succinctly when she says she doesn't want to open the door and then lose control of what's going on and from what we do as a council in voting to change that. But what I would say to you is there has to be an understanding and truly an example of being able to be willing to work even further with the HOA and with the homeowners to understand what they really want in their community. And so we're taking that on face value from you, that you're saying you're going to do that. You know, and that's what I need to feel confident in, and that's something I believe right now will happen. So you see how openly we're talking about this, but that's what I think has to happen. Okay? Hey, thank you. Any other comments? It's been moved and properly second. At this time, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please respond with an aye. 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 Opposed, same favor. Hearing none, motion carries. You need to move us to closed session. I'm open to a motion at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move us to closed session under, sorry. Okay, I would like to move to adjourn to closed session under the statutory authority of Maryland Annotated Code, General Provisions, Article subsection 3-305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor, please respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed, same favor. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We will be going into closed session. After we come out of closed session, we will begin work session 2 on the budget. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your patience. You good?
Vandalizing vehicles. Talk a little bit about that.
Certainly, and I don't want to fall into the bucket of victim shaming in any manner, but these are crimes of opportunity. We need to be better about reducing those opportunities. If it was a perfect world, we could do whatever we want, leave whatever we want in the car, but we can't. So please lock the car. We've had people leave their keys, key fobs in the car. Definitely don't leave items. I know it's a pain to bring your stuff inside, but even if you lock it, if you have something nice in there, they're just going to break the window. So it's a different amount of strategies, or different strategies that we can use to help reduce that opportunity, because if we take the opportunity away, there's no crime. So, we have caught a few people, and when we interview them, they do say that we know that Bowie keeps good stuff in their car and that they don't lock it. So anything we can do to push these folks into, someone else's backyard, that's better.
And of course, a lot of what we see with the vandalizing, the stealing of the packages, it's highlighted because people have cameras outside of their homes where it's been caught. So that is helpful to you. And so if more people, you're encouraging more people to have these security cameras.
Exactly. Now, the security cameras are not a be-all, end-all, but they are helpful. They can be a deterrent. If someone comes up on the porch to take something, they see the camera, they know they're being recorded. It can be an alarm or a warning for you, depending on how you have your system set up. And of course, it has great evidentiary value after the fact. So to that end, we are still offering our camera rebate. It is $50 towards a single camera, and it has to be inside the city. It has to be purchased after 2020, and the camera has to be pointed out. We're not interested in what's happening in your hallway, your living room. It has to be pointed outward.
The Bowie Police Department is always looking for residents to get involved and be part of the solution. We know that there's an upcoming Citizens Police Academy, which will start in April. Do you want to talk about that?
Absolutely. That's one of our favorite things, is our Citizens Police Academy. We love to have people come in. We kind of give you a behind the curtain look at what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. There's no prerequisite as far as, you've got to like the police. We actually like contrary points of view, because it's a lot of discussion. It's very interactive. We want you to hear from us, but we also want to hear from you, because your viewpoint matters. Staffing, we are currently always looking for officers. It's a tough environment to recruit from, but we have a community that really cares and supports the police department, and that's something that not a lot of people can boast about. But we are looking for people. We are looking for great people that will police the community in a fair and equitable manner and be part of the community. So for the applicants, we do have a minimum of $3,000 signing bonus up to a $9,000 signing bonus. And you get that the first day you hit your field training. Once you get out of the academy, you get your bonus. Now, for everybody else, we have what's called a recruiting bonus, and that's $1,000. You bring us an applicant, they are hired, they complete the academy, you get $1,000.
All right, well, thank you, Chief Neske, for joining us here in the studio. Some good tips from you. And like the Chief said, you are part of the solution. If you see something, say something. It's that time of the year again. The hydrant flushing program has begun. With more than 500 hydrants in the city, the process takes about 5 weeks to complete. We caught up with this Public Works crew to see what all is involved. It begins with attaching a hose to the hydrant, and then within minutes, thousands of gallons of water is flushed out.
The orange color that you see in your water that comes out of the pipe is an iron that's naturally occurring. It is not harmful.
Why do we need to flush it out?
We want to make sure that the fire hydrant is operational. And so by turning it, making sure it's okay, it's operating okay. If there is a problem with it, we put a work ticket in to have it repaired. But the main thing is to flush out the main of mineral deposits. And those mineral deposits are caused by the cast iron pipe. Over the years, it's called percolation. It collects around the pipe, the inside of the pipe, and it causes that discoloration in the pipe. We're trying to do everything we can until these mains can be replaced. Once they're replaced by new pipe that have a cement lining into it, you will not have this problem.
Although the water is safe to drink and cook, Holt encourages residents not to do laundry. And if your clothes do become discolored, the city offers a free rust remover.
If you do experience red or brown on your clothes, this is a good product to use. It's called Red Be Gone. And City Hall, you can pick this up at City Hall for free. They give it out for city residents.
Same thing, Public Works gives it out too. The biggest thing is if you are washing your clothes and you get brown water on it and it does stain, keep the clothes wet. As long as they stay wet, this product usually takes care of it. If you live in a neighborhood that's being flushed that day, you're not going to want to do any washing of your clothes that day, probably at least until 7 or 8 p.m. because even after we're done flushing, there's still iron floating in the pipe and it won't settle down till later on the night. Same thing with if you're in an adjacent neighborhood that's being flushed. Say today we're in the B section, we're right next to the S section and the K section. It's the same thing. It's all shared pipes. Just because we're not flushing your neighborhood doesn't mean you're not going to get brown.
The flushing only affects those who get water from the city. The flushing takes place twice a year. Spring hydrant flushing will start on April the 3rd and run until May the 10th. To see the full schedule, you can log on to our website at cityofbowie.org/flushing.
again? Sounds classical. I need some other music. Can you hear?
At this time, I'd simply like us to call our work session to order and get started. At this time, we'll turn it over to city staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, we're scheduled to for you to review the Public Works budget, and the water and sewer fund itself, and the water and sewer CIPs. So I'll start with the administration component of Public Works. Also, you all should be receiving an email from Finance Director with some really pertinent budget-related information related to last week's discussion. Anyway, we'll start with the administration component of Public Works. That will be on page 135 of your book. The division here, the administrative division, is the hub of the public works services rendered by the city and its residents under the direction of the Public Works Director, who is sitting to my right. The areas of responsibility for this department include the solid waste collection, recycling, equipment maintenance, street maintenance, capital projects management, water filtration, wastewater treatment, and all related services for these divisions. This division is also responsible for the management of the mosquito control program on its own. So the objectives for this division in 2023 were all met. 1A was to provide engineering support for the community services and planning. B was complete MS4 inspection program, biannual report, and that was completed. And C was identify a suitable location for Southside Bowie salt dome, prepared and necessary information to include in FY 2024 budget. The workload and performance measures are depicted below those objectives and indicate a rather consistent performance level from FY 23 to what we project in 24. The only exception might be the number of contracts administered may go down by 15 or so, and the number of MS4 inspections completed, we project 120 over 205. The objectives for fiscal year 2024 include providing the cost estimates for all construction CIP projects. What we learned over time is that the Public Works Director and Department have access to the engineers and the architects and who can help get all the estimates for all the projects, even those that aren't being managed by Public Works. And so we converted to that, and so that our numbers, our estimates should be more accurate, even though we have this spiraling inflation, but we'll be closer than we were in the past. And we made ourselves a better organization in that respect. Also to provide beehive training for inspectors to collect culvert inspection information, provide assistance to the planning department for the racetrack or road property transfer, and we may push that out a little bit. We'll still be involved in some of that in next fiscal year, but I know that that requirement to accept that property has been extended. The significant budget changes in the administrative section was the reclassification of an administrative assistant position X110 to contracts, permits, and cost estimates through X113, which is a cost of $7,845. Reclassify a permit specialist grade X113 to a street lighting specialist grade X113, and there was actually a reduction of 0.2 of an FTE and a cost reduction overall there of $12,972.
Pardon me, Mr. City Manager, quick question for you. Up on the objectives for fiscal year 2023, can you speak to where we are with this Bowie Salt Dome location and implications for us?
Yes, sir. We have identified 7 sites potential, and with the help of the planning department, we have prioritized the selection of the 7. Also, we have cost estimates for its construction. That's where we are.
Okay. And the properties are our existing properties?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you share that? Can you share those locations with me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll make sure to send that. We have a report actually that indicates the pros and cons of each one of the locations, but all are Bowie properties. We don't have to buy anything.
And for the northern part of the city, where do we have salt?
In our compound.
Public Works.
I'm sorry?
In our compound.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, what
Public Works Road. At Public Works Road?
Yes.
Yeah, the problem is that, of course, we didn't have any snow this year, so, but it could happen and will happen again. When it does happen and we get 3 to 4 inches of snow, our drivers have to go down to the Public Works campus, load up, go down to the other parts of the southern part of the city, plow that area and spread the salt, and then in order to reload, they physically have to drive several miles back up here in bad weather. And of course, that takes, 45 minutes to an hour before they're back on station, which is rather inefficient if we know it's going to snow, and we do. So if you want to review that proposed project, it's on page 251. We talked about it briefly last week, and it's projected to put a salt dome in there in FY 2025 for $990,000. So, good question. As we move to page 138, you'll see that as we discussed earlier, we go from 12.3 FTEs to 12.1 with the adjustment. And what that person that does is the street light specialist. As you know, in the city of Bowie, we own all of our street lights, and we are required to provide maintenance to, and we have a company that does that for us, but we have a person whose job is to coordinate and deal with the maintenance, and that's especially problematic in the older parts of the city, because we have underground cables that are eroding, and so a simple bulb replacement isn't always the case. You know, it involves digging and reinstalling cables, and that can be a significant problem. But it's so this is a very important job for Public Works and a direct service to the residents, and very helpful to us overall.
Mr. City Manager, quick question on that.
Shoot.
Is there any chance this person's going to be able to do anything to proactively help identify out streetlights? Because I know part of the challenge is Public Works is kind of early in, early out. By the time it's dark, no one's around to actually see if lights are out. I got to tell you, streetlight outages are a thing that I hear about constantly now. And when I'm out and see some streetlights, I will literally stop, write down the poll number, and usually email Jose, who's very nice getting back to me typically. But is there any chance that we could come up with a method to be proactive?
Well, you know, one of the things I was thinking about, you know, sometimes experience does work for you. When I was a Public Works Director and I had a real job like he does, right, we would take say the collector who is riding through the city on a trash truck, right? And that person would be the sort of person that would find deficiencies in the roadway, report them to his supervisor, and that would in turn go to the streets person, so we'd fix broken curbs, potholes. We could call Pepco about down wires, that sort of thing. So one of the things I was thinking about is adding performance objectives to people who drive around at dusk and at night, or are out and about, to, like our rangers, to help notify us when they see streetlights that are not operational.
How angry would Chief Neske be if I suggested that maybe our police might be in a position
Well,
to...
I was, you notice I didn't say police there.
Yeah, I
said
noticed you
ranger.
said park rangers, and I know that our police are deeply understaffed right now, but...
Well, I mean, they're also really busy, but we do have nighttime park rangers, because especially, in the summer when it gets, 9, 10 o'clock at night, they'll be out there, because our parks were like heavily used this weekend. It was like New York City and rush hour. Also, our code enforcement, we have code enforcement people that work at night. And we also have people, rangers, that maintain the facilities here. So if we could, I was thinking about, I haven't talked to Chief Neske, but I intend to talk to Sally and John about the potential or get some assistance with with that and other things that can be maintained and fixed while they're out doing their job. Otherwise, it's not feasible, because we have a part-time person who is in a hair on fire situation most of the time right now, as far from a proactive perspective. But I think we keep up decently once we can get those things reported. All right. So in the administration division, the salaries and wages are a major expense at $1,157,600. Fringe benefits are pretty high, mostly as personnel, and we pay a lot in contractual services for things such as soil testing, surveys, floodplain studies, and all those other civil engineering, public works sort of things. Does anybody have any other questions or comments about the administration division of public works?
You, when I look at the protective apparel, the budget for that, I would like you to take a hard look, another look at that. That seems very low. And I know you do it, but I know that the wear and tear can be pretty rough. So would you take a look at that just to make sure we have enough in there to make sure that we can keep our folks protected and keep them as they do all the different services to update the uniforms and that kind of thing?
Well, I think what's, Mayor, this is, you got to understand, this is simply for these 12 people. So, and many of these 12 people are office folks, so.
Okay.
And you'll see when we get in the other divisions.
Right, but because I'm going to ask the same thing there.
Right.
I just want to make sure that we have the, again, it looks, well, even from that minutes when we look at the numbers, but okay.
For example, in the garage section, if we go to page 142, we have $3,000 set aside for apparel there, and that's for 4 people. They're mechanics. They're always up under something.
Okay.
Okay. So let's start with, well, we'll take a look at that across the board then.
Yeah.
And we'll do that with and using our risk manager to help us with that, because she's the person that that makes sure that physically delivers the, make sure all of our guys get the steel toe boots, and they get so many pairs per year, and it's their option. Red Wing, or there's another agency they can get it from. She physically had the truck go to Public Works, to Parks and Grounds separately. So we'll make sure we're spending it appropriately, and it's enough money.
City manager, just so, in all candor, so everybody understand, I have seen our people out there with duct tape on their uniform, trying to hold it together and all, and that's why I brought that up.
Oh, boy.
So enough said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you sure they were Bowie folks there, Mayor?
Yeah, I'm positive.
All right, okay.
I'm positive.
Well, all right. Well, I'd like to talk to you about that one so we can fix that.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so equipment maintenance and garage. Description here, maintaining and repairing the city vehicles and equipment is the responsibility of the division. Objectives and results for fiscal year 23. Implement and transparent customer service by October 31st. The plan will be developed to elicit improvement process suggestions for all divisions of Public Works, DPW, and those are the customers of the maintenance operation in particular. install auto truck and heavy-duty truck lift by June 30, 2023. That one's on target, and A is in progress. Also, the workload situation for that particular division hasn't changed very much. If you look at the right columns and you compare 2023 to 2020, the objectives for 2024 are to have a customer service plan functional to help, with the help of IT, to supply equipment, desktop computers, and monitoring. This will be an additional automation so that we can keep a standing accountability for the operational readiness of all of our trucks. Those that are non-operational, what parts they're waiting on, if they're waiting on maintenance, or if they're at another level. This is to help the garage have a clear understanding of what the status of our trucks, in particular our big trucks, our dump trucks, and trash trucks, which are critical to us, of course. Objectives for FY 2024 also is to have all our technicians automotive service excellence ASC certified, and that's a renewal process that's ongoing. We also have some budget changes to reclassify one vehicle maintenance technician, grade 112, to assistant chief vehicle technician to 113. That's going to be open to competition, and we believe that the assistant chief vehicle maintenance technician is a position that is currently that we need to provide backup to the superintendent as they manage the maintenance of the large vehicles, and also it will help us retain competent, qualified people in those positions. So that'll cost us $5,759.59. If you look at the major expenses here are personnel and fringe benefits, repair and maintenance for items such as transmission repair, motor replacement, differentials are included, provide for contractual preventive maintenance, and items that provide funds for maintenance and repairs, parts, and radios, and other things such as that. Also, we have significant expenses under operating supplies and purchase of tools, auto parts for tires, hardware, gasoline, motor oil, and other requirement disposal of some of those wastewater and that sort of thing. And as you can see right there mentioned, there's a $3,000 for apparel, and of course we do spend $3 on maintaining the building. Any questions regarding the equipment maintenance and garage component of Division of Public Works? If there aren't any questions on that one, we'll go to the largest division in the city, bigger than the police department when you look at the numbers, is our solid waste division. The collection and disposal of city solid waste is the division's responsibility. Regular weekly residential collection include household refuse twice a week, household mixed recycles, and yard waste. The division also collects from residents by appointment for metal and tires for recycling. Funds are also provided for disposal or composting of other debris generated in the city, to include the annual leaf collection and storm debris, for which we had a significant challenge last fiscal year. We plan in 2023 to hold the shredding of styrofoam recyclable events in the fall of 22 and spring of 23. It was we held the fall shredding, and the spring shredding item is scheduled for June 10th. Also, to hold a recycling of electronics, and it's listed here as being cost prohibitive. But since this document was was printed, we've been able to, we believe, find a vendor that will operate within our budget range, and we hope to have an event in May if the price ranges hold up. So the performance data below here, you know, if you look over between 20 and 23, in most divisions in the city, and you'll see a drop in 2020, 2021, maybe 2022 because of COVID-19. There were no drops in solid waste and recycling. We continue to perform at a high level. If you look at FY 2021 and the tonnage collected, it was 32,000 tons, and that was right in the midst of COVID-19. But everybody in my neighborhood started cleaning out their basements when they were locked down, and our people did a yeoman's work keeping up with that. In FY 2024, they intend to hold a shredding and styrofoam recycling event in the fall of this year and in the spring of 24. And they're developing a plan to incorporate the service to South Lake, Melford in December 2023. So that's in the plan. There are 58 employees.
Pardon me, Mr. City Manager, quick question for you.
Proceed. Yes.
Food composting programs, I know that there's been some work done on that in the past. Where did we end up with those pilot programs?
Go ahead.
We pretty much decided with planning that it was better to start installing a big dumpster and hire a third-party company that is very economically feasible. And now for the next years to come, we're going to look, and I'm going to work with planning to plan more of that type of big dumps so people can come in and dump all the food recyclables or food composting materials there.
Did you put together a report or any analysis on that?
It is, I wouldn't call it a report, sir. It's about a 2-page. Planning told me this is how much it's going to cost and per time, and I just put it in my budget. So, but I can provide all those details to you. It's not a report. It's just a 2-page.
Perfect. Share that with me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I will.
All right. So as I mentioned before, this is by personnel. This is the largest division that we have presently. If the police were fully staffed, they would be bigger, of course. But we have a $4.5 million in pay and fringe benefits. Professional services, $200,800, and this includes the contractual collection and collection event services. Disposal fees are a big key, and that's nearly $2,600,000 of this in disposal fees for solid waste, bulk items collected on special pickup, and of course we have 18 trash trucks, right? Well, so the repair and maintenance for the trash trucks, that's a big expense, and of course operating supplies related to that also is a big expense. And so, but obviously this is a division that we simply have to keep functioning on 5 days a week, because this is the function that our residents demand on a daily basis. Any questions about the solid waste division?
Yes. Quick follow-up, if I could, on the disposal fees. What's happening in the world of disposal fees for tipping over to county as well as recyclables?
The question is,
what's happening in terms of the price, and I know that there's been changes in the market for that.
The tipping fees depend on each disposal site that we have, and we are very good in keeping in contact with them in terms of anticipating what the price increases are going to be when we plan the budget. So that's the numbers that we use, and when we develop our budget, notes to accounting with the conversation that we have with the different dump stations projected. But all of them went up, that's for sure.
All right. And what's the story with recyclables, recycled materials that's a single stream? How much are we taking a hit on that?
I can send you a report with those all those numbers, because I sent that recently to someone that asked me about. Oh, it was a newspaper that the newspaper that one of the students made a presentation here, and they were doing that study. So we gathered all that information. So it's very easy for me to share that with you.
All right, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. I had sent over a couple of questions a few weeks ago, on April 13th to staff around trash pickup. So I guess I was wondering, given that we're in the section of this budget cycle, do you have some responses to those questions, or would you like me to go through them now?
We can answer them right now if you'll just. Now, the situation, your questions were related to one trash pickup per week as opposed to two, correct? Well, let's start with that. A study has been done in the past, I think when Mr. Wolfley was on the council the first time, and also we've analyzed that situation here several times over the last 70 years. It simply will not, because there are 18,000 houses and 390 miles of roads in the city of Bowie, and there's so many moving parts in that department that it will not save us a significant amount of money, because the tonnage of disposal will still be there, instead of it being set out twice a week for some people, but some people only use it once a week. I can tell you that in my neighborhood. But we will still have to pay a $2.6 million tipping fee, because we're still going to be picking up the same amount of trash. Also, it will require, if we only picked up, say, my neighborhood in Northridge once a week, right? So the truck that travels to Northridge to collect on Tuesdays, if that was my only day, currently that person can run the route, go dump the truck, come back, and they're done. But if it's only one collection per week, that truck's going to have to make at least 3 trips, and most likely we'll have to supplement that route with another truck, because everybody in the neighborhood, knowing that that's their one shot, is going to put everything out at once. And so then we'll end up with more wear and tear on our trucks, and we'll have to pay overtime for those crews, and it can wear on the crews. One of the things the crews depend on in general is the task method of collecting trash. That means they come in early, they go out and do a job that nobody else on the planet wants to do, and once they're done, they're gone. They leave, normally between 1 and 3 in the afternoon, across the country. In Tacoma Park when I was there, College Park, and here in Albany too. Those longer hours will make it harder for us to retain people compared to other people. And get people, and particularly collectors, or sanitation technicians, as we call them in Tacoma Park. They're going to want to go where they can have a task job. So we don't see that it would save us a lot of money. If you want to talk about that.
Yeah, I talked to my people, my superintendent and his supervisors, and they all concur, and they gave me the same arguments. And to me, that was counterintuitive. But then I talked to the city manager, Mr. Lott, and educate me what happens and explain the reasons why it will not be a good idea to do that, because we will be really tasking our people, and our attrition rate will grow. Because right now, one of the big problems that we have in terms of attrition is because neighborhood, other cities that are next to us, they offer more incentives and they offer more pay. So if we decided to do that, then it's more work for them, and that I will think that that will increase our rate of attrition.
I mean, if the council wants us, also there's, we've done some professional analysis, but if the council wants us to, we can set aside $50,000 or so and get a professional organization to civil engineers to come in and take a look at and give us a comparison between one version or the other, and present that to us so we can look at it in the future, if you are so inclined. But our recommendation is that one, it would certainly wouldn't cost. We still need the 18 trucks because we, one, our trucks do get more wear and tear than others because we pick up trash twice. But with trash trucks, it's not so much the mileage, but the hours on them that you spend, because they spend a lot of time driving really slow and idling as they pick up the trash. So, it won't cost us, we won't save any money on tipping because the same amount of trash is going to be picked up, and it'll be harder on our people to, because they'll have to really work hard on those routes. I would estimate at least, I physically, the first job I did in Tacoma Park was I put on the overalls and I went out on trash routes with those guys and recycling. And so this would add a 35% more or more to the route and the workload of those men on those trucks, and that will affect our ability to retain people and recruit people.
Thank you so much for that perspective. Could you please send the data that you're referencing to this body of individuals? If you're saying that it's not going to save that much money, could you send the exact dollar amount that you believe that it would, can you share those figures so that we can be more aware? And then if you're saying that it's going to increase workload by 30% more, could you just share more detailed points as to the supporting arguments that you feel would increase the workload by 30%? That would be helpful. And then the other area that I was looking to understand was environmental impacts and the impacts on sustainability, which we didn't touch on in this evening. So if you have any concerns.
That's a good point. I remember seeing your notes. What are you asking, and what do you mean by environmental? What we are analyzing there?
A number of community residents have come out, whether they're associated with the Green Team or whether they're looking after the climate, and made comments that going down from 2 days trash pickup to 1 day has impacts on sustainability efforts and the environment. And what I'm looking for is the actuality of that argument. So if that is an astute assessment or not, that's what I'm looking to learn.
Well, I'm not sure we have any experts in that field. We'll talk to our sustainability people and see if we can't get a feeling on that one.
That would be helpful. And then the last point that you made is that it would increase attrition. I'd like to understand that a little bit more, because to my understanding, we are one of the last municipalities in Prince George's County that still provide 2-day trash pickup. Now, I'm not sitting on this body and saying that I'm advocating for us to go down to 1. I'm just trying to really understand what people are saying and what they're alluding to when they talk about what other municipalities have done. So if you're saying that it contributes to attrition, then I would wonder.
It could. I'm projecting that it could.
Okay.
Based on my time as a public works director and my time as a city manager and my knowledge of my people in the solid waste division, if I increase their workload 25 to 35% on a daily basis, they're going to quit. They're going to go work someplace else. I'm not sure what kind of analysis. I can write that down for you and lay it out. But these guys, and also we have a contract with ASME, and if we're going to change the work schedules like this, it will require some coordination with the union, because we are in a union agreement and we agreed to what we do, and it's already set forth. So that would be But we can write this up for you and.
That's fine. Let me just finish my thought.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if you're projecting that that is what would happen based off of knowing staff, which I'm not refuting that, I'm just digging into the details, I would like to understand that hasn't, to my understanding, that's not the trend across other municipalities that they've had seen higher a trip because they went down to one-day trash pickup. So if that is the case, I'd like to see the trends to corroborate that that's essentially what the projected trend would be if that's not a common trend that has followed other municipalities that have made that change. And so that's what I'd just like to see, those numbers, to make a more informed assessment of what we're discussing. Thank you.
Well, great. In the last, but since we're talking about it, in the last 25 years that I've been doing this, I mean, Bowie is the only city that out of the 5 that maintains a trash pickup two times a week. I understand that parts of Prince George's County go into that now also. So I don't know anybody that went from one to the other, but we can look around and see. But we will give an analysis on the subject and present it back to the council. If that's, but if I think the best thing to do, if the council wants to, would be to have a professional assessment of the pros and cons of one course of action or another that we could consider next year. But I don't see it saving us a lot of money. Any other questions about solid waste?
Yes, actually, thank you. Quick question for you. I believe we had spoken before about staffing, planning for ability so that we don't have situations where people with Monday pickups, particularly on the recycle, don't get stuck in a situation where you got multiple weeks without pickup. Do you have that covered in the current budget?
Well, I know we'd have to take another look at that. I know right now we do pick up recycling on the first of the year to avoid somebody going 2 consecutive weeks without recycling. But let us make a note. We're going to look at the current schedule and see if there's a potential for that with one of the federal holidays, one or more.
Yeah, and I don't know that I think if we could plan for it, it's, the holidays move around, obviously, so it doesn't always happen, and but the consequences, I know a lot of my constituents seem to have the Monday trash, which is fine, but then it seems that they're the ones getting shorted on during those heavy holiday seasons. And I think we looked at this before. If you could take a look at that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think it would cost us some money in overtime, because having somebody work in the AFSCME union, I think that's three times the salary. So, Jose, make a note to have your people look at the schedule for this fiscal year, if you haven't already done it.
Yeah, we already done it, and we did it for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. And so we have the numbers. I just have to send them to you.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm hopeful that those are built in. We can chat about that. The other aspect is we have, pursuant to the conversation earlier, it is my understanding that Prince George's is moving towards multi-pickup in some areas. I'm not sure what all the details are.
Yeah, I heard that too. And it's a good move.
Yeah, and one of the things that I would further comment, I'm always looking to pitch a penny. However, what I also know is that there are a tremendous number of people who rely upon the twice a week pickup and consider that to be part of the core services that they value so greatly within the community. So I'm very skeptical about reducing that, and I've had conversations with the green folks with this as well, and my general feeling is that the number of trips that we take are going to be the same.
Oh, yeah.
The fuel into the, that gets burned and into the atmosphere. It doesn't matter whether I do it over 2 days or if I do it all in one day.
Exactly.
2 trips is 2 trips, whether it's, spread out or all in one day. And I do know, and actually I take the opportunity at this moment to just, if you would, Jose in particular, next time you have a staff meeting and chatting with the folks in the solid waste department, please extend ongoing gratitude for work well done. I still continue to get positive commentary from our constituents about the great services. I know there's occasionally things that pop up. I haven't had anything recently. Typically it's around esoteric stuff in the trash that don't get picked up, but I think the crew is doing a better job of being more understanding or lenient about what gets picked up. So I've had fewer concerns from the constituents there. So please extend my appreciation with their good works.
Thank you. I will do that.
Thank you.
One other comment about the trash collection. I mean, in Prince George's County, I've been doing one thing or another since '98 here. The thing about Bowie that makes it a great place to live is that a lot of people, when they made it and they got the right job, got into marriage, all those things, they're inclined to move to Bowie for the services that are being delivered. Now, as a resident, I can talk about that, but in my case, it was having a garage, quiet neighborhood, and for me, the 2 trash collections per week. Because when it's hot, and it gets hot here, you get those 90-degree days, you got trash sitting in a can in the garage outside. It's going to get really ripe, and that can really affect the quality of life. And especially in those townhouses, community where they don't have a whole lot of place to store trash, and so it gives people an opportunity to get that off their property, out of their garages, and you're right. Our people are always actively engaged, and I'd like to say that Solid Waste Division does it in a seamless fashion. I don't know if Jose's done it, but I know George Stefanos, one of those times during COVID-19, was working on the recycling truck. But we're in the make it happen mode. So we'll do an analysis as best we can with the expertise that we have. And then, but I would think, in my experiences, this is the sort of thing that would go on a referendum. I'm just doing my job as a city manager and telling you about my experiences in situations like this, if you're going to change a service like this. All right. So the next division would be the Streets Division. It is responsible for all street and sidewalk maintenance, as well as street and traffic signs, posts, snow removal, ice control for 193 miles of streets. Objective number A here for 2023 was to conduct a survey to compare local jurisdiction snowplow contractor payment rates to evaluate the current prices, and that was completed. But we didn't have a snow event, so we were lucky. B is to evaluate all speed and stop sign regulatory using reflector meters and develop a replacement plan for FY 2021. This is on course to be completed in June of 2023. Continue an annual sidewalk repair program to address sidewalks in the worst conditions by 2023, June. It says 10% is complete, but we're up to 55% now. We had really good weather, and the contractor's been able to take advantage of it and do a good job. Okay, complete the road access inventory. Jose's got some new technology that he uses for that, and that objective was completed in November 2022. As you can see here, in the streets, our performance data is absent the sidewalk replacement, as there's a drop from 38,801 from 46,796, but I think we'll get caught up there. And Also, looking at the objective for 2024, establish a program to systematically replace regulatory signs throughout the city. The program will be based on recent condition assessment information collected using the reflectometer. Signs found to have been lacking in reflectability, as well as signs with significant age, will be given priority. Also, we're using a transconomy, to contrast and compare reflective ratings collected in 2023. And the third one was to establish and implement a 25-year street light cable replacement and upgrade to the current infrastructure, which is a significant problem in the older neighborhoods. We're significant budget changes, reclassified 3 street maintenance workers from Y105 to street maintenance workers Y107, and these are promotions to senior people who have demonstrated exceptional capability and obtain certifications. And also it helps us retain those outstanding people and they don't go work for somebody else, because right now the hardest thing to do, not just with the police, but to recruit anybody with an 3.5% unemployment rate. It is very difficult. But we're under significant pressure. Mr. Haley's been doing a good job. There are 28.7 people in this division, which is a large division. Naturally, we've got almost $1.9 million in salaries and nearly $650,000 in fringe benefits. Equipment rentals is a big deal. This is because we rent trucks for the leaf collection, which is another Cadillac service, I want to say. I mean, you rake it out there and it goes away. It disappears, and there's no residue in it. Our guys are so efficient that you don't even know you had leaves out there for a week waiting on it. And they're on time and on target with the leaf collection, which is, I do utilize that occasionally. And of course, professional services help us out with city and equipment. We spend a lot of money on street lighting, and down here at in the bottom portion, $1.6 million on street lighting, street cleaning, and relamping, and all things associated with that. And of course, the big number that we talked about last week in the CIP is the $2,555,600 that we as we resurface our streets. There are 3 things the city simply have to do: police, street maintenance, and picking up the trash. And those are. So stormwater management is the next page, if nobody has any questions about the streets.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do, if I may. If we go back to a prior page, the first is just a quick request for a number for me, unless someone can calculate it on the fly. On page 146, we've got square feet of sidewalk repaired or replaced. It's like 38,000. How many miles is that? Vis-a-vis the miles of sidewalk in the city of the 140. I'm trying to figure out what percentage of our sidewalks are being replaced on an ongoing basis. And obviously it's square feet, so I don't know how wide a sidewalk is, and have to figure out how many linear feet that is, and then convert that into miles. And I'm not that sharp.
Well,
there is 5,280 feet in a mile. So but the fact that we have 193 miles, we have sidewalks sometimes on both sides of the road.
Mm-hmm.
So if for the number of streets that we have sidewalk on both sides, and then you have to count that times 2. So I don't have an exact number for you, but I'll get it and explain more in detail where that number comes from. I know we were talking about this, but I'll get that for you.
Excellent, thank you. The next thing I want to take a moment to look at is on 147, item number 3 under the objectives for the streetlight cables. So my concern with this is that we have here a plan to establish and implement a 25-year streetlight cable replacement program. So these were installed beginning in '61, I think, which already puts them well into the category of 55 plus in terms of age, or 60 years or so. So we got 60-year-old cable, and in theory, you had a 25-year plan, you could be ending up with cables that are 85 years old before they end up getting replaced systemically. Admittedly, they might be repaired before then. Can we look at expediting that for something a little shorter in terms of a replacement program? Maybe it's 10 years or something along those lines. I know that whenever we get a bunch of storms, a bunch of rain, extended periods of wet weather, my constituents start, calling and grousing about light outages that stay out for a while, and then we get into this whole business. Well, it's not, to discussion earlier, it's not about a burned out bulb, it's about a cable that needs to be dug up or repaired.
Yes, I apologize for the confusion. The 25-year is the cycle that we'll use. It will be like a business plan that has 25 years of life, but every year you review which ones are your priorities, or every 6 years you change it and see what the priorities are. But in overall, we're going to look at that interval of time. It's not that we're going to wait 25 years to start replacing the cables. It's just that's the macro perspective that we're going to look. Like when you have a 6-year plan, but this will be for many years. So, and the reason we're doing that is because we anticipate that this is going to be a large economic problem that the city council needs to be aware of. And that's why we want to put the whole magnitude, and next year we're going to put our arms around the issue and let you guys know, okay, this is how much per year. If you want to have this standard of service in terms of cable replacement, this is how much you need to plan for future years.
So what I think I understand you're saying is that going forward, notwithstanding the age of the cables that we have now, that the plan is that we would have a replacement cycle that every 25 years a cable gets replaced, kind of like we do paving, so that there's a routine for it, and not necessarily, okay, I can live with that. All right, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, very quickly, on page 146, Objective A, it says the snowplow comparison report was completed. Did we ever see that report? Do we know what the results of those were?
126?
Page 146, Objective A, conduct a survey to compare local jurisdiction snowplow contractor payment rates to evaluate our current prices.
I can provide that to you. Our superintendent is the one that conducted that information.
If you can just email us, I'd be curious to see it. Thank you.
Just an update, 38,000 square feet of sidewalk translates to 2.4 miles. If it is 3-foot wide sidewalk, it is 1.8 miles if it is 4-foot wide sidewalk. So between 1.8 and 2.4 miles.
Only a finance person would ask that question, I think. So any other questions about the streets division? Happy to. All right. If there are no questions regarding that, we'll move to page 150 and stormwater management. The purpose of this division is to provide stormwater facilities management to the city stormwater system. Services to be provided include cleaning, mowing of grass, drainage areas. This division also provides service to the special tax districts that we just talked about last week. The objective for 2023 was to develop inspection operations and maintenance plans for high hazard dams in the city by June 30. This year, first draft of operations and maintenance plans completed in October, so they're in the hands of the Public Works Director, I would assume. provide a routine and corrective maintenance for the city stormwater facilities, outfalls, and drainage. This has been completed, will be completed by June 30, excuse me. Workload indicates the facilities maintain 82. The number of outfalls, there's 76. And the expenditures per capita listed at 14.32. It's 1.21% of our overall expenditures. The objectives for 2024, create inventory of valves for stormwater management structures, establish and implement a valve exercise program to determine valve operation in city ponds and other city water structures, establish and implement a routine and corrective maintenance schedule for the city's stormwater facilities, outfalls, and drainage areas. It's a matter of interesting fact. In the city of Bowie, this service is provided to its residents and without cost, with additional cost. In Tacoma Park, for example, 15 years ago, every resident paid another $28 and something for the management of stormwater within the system, with also paid for the street sweeper, the 2 technicians, and contractual stormwater services. And I think down south, being the good old boy bill, they call it the rain tax. All right, but we absorb all that here, and we manage that. So, just as a matter of history, we have 8.1 FTEs in this division, which is a silent, seamless division. You don't know they're there because they're always doing their job, and there's never a problem. We have $486,000 for salaries and wages, fringe benefits $152,400. We spend money, $14,000 on repair and maintenance of the existing facilities, outfalls, and drainage areas. And for example, on Quarter Horse Drive, which is arguably the best place to live in the city of Bowie, I mean, I believe. However, we don't have curb and gutter like other people do. But what we have is a stormwater drainage system that flows in front of our house, and there is a small indent, is that called a swale? That's not a swale. A swale, yes, that runs along that our people maintain. Of course, the first 10 feet in front of your house isn't really yours, it's the public right of way. So our people came along and renewed that for me, so the water flows under my driveway, through the little culvert there, down the right side of my property, in the grass. So it looks natural, and right into a stormwater culvert in front of my neighbor's house. And it goes that instead of coming in my house, which is good, and I don't need my sump pump. So, but our people maintain that, and they do a seamless job of doing that. The special tax districts listed in 152, 153, all the way through, we discussed them last year. Our stormwater maintenance people do the mowing in the vicinity of those ponds, as, of course, the dredging and all that we talked about last week will go on when it's programmed. Any questions about the stormwater management division in this mission?
Yes, sir. This ties into, and this maybe it's a Byron question. With the water and sewer, the finance department provides a lot of services, and a lot of their time is charged to the water and sewer system for billing and so forth. So with the FTEs that we have here and kind of the administrative aspects of this division, are the special taxing districts paying for any component of that, or is it all coming from the general fund?
The cost in the special taxing district is being financed through whatever percentage relates to the special taxing district and what percentage relates to the city. So when you see a cost there, the 6,900 that's on page 153 for the Bowie Town Center, the special taxing district provides 57% of the cost of that. The general fund provides 43% of the cost for that.
No, and that's not really the question I was asking. So, for example, on page 151, we have a list of the stormwater management supervisor, and we've got other staff there and labor and whatnot.
You're asking if the special tax districts pays for the salaries or parts of the salaries of these employees, correct?
That is correct.
And they do not, sir.
Is this a situation where they should be, given that they are providing services to a special taxing district in the same way that our finance department is providing service to the water and sewer system?
No, because most of the services in the special taxing district are contracted out. This is just grass cutting.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
But that's work. He's a finance guy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's hard work for these people. And they're
Oh, yeah.
fuel, all that sort of stuff. But so there is work. But somewhere along the way, the city council elected to allow the general fund to provide for that, as opposed to putting any additional burden on the taxpayer, especially
Mm-hmm.
So
Thank you.
I want to miss out. Okay, so any other questions about that particular issue? If not, Byron, you can, Mr. Matthews, you can start with the water sewer summary, please.
Okay, and just before we get started, Councilman DeFore, when we go through the labor distribution, it's just not only for water and sewer. Each department has to, for all of its employees, indicate what part of that FTE is being used for the general fund and what is being used for the water and sewer fund. It does not affect all employees within the city, but we do an analysis of that each budget cycle. They have to fill in a form to allow me to know what percentage of their employees are doing things for the general fund and what is being done for the water and sewer fund.
Understood. Thank you.
On page 177, we can start with the operating summaries for the water and sewer fund for FY24. Council, again, Byron Matthews, Finance Director. As you're aware that the water and sewer fund is a self-operating fund. It relies only on the revenues that is generated by the fund itself. There's no support for the operating of the water and sewer fund from the general fund. You're also aware that out of the 18,000 households or so, only 7,900 customers actually use the water and sewer plants. In the construction of this year's budget, we have included a 5% increase for the water and sewer services, as well as an increase to the renewal and replacement fee, which currently is $22.75 per quarter, which will be increased to $23.44 per quarter, representing a 3% increase in that. And all of that was pre-planned as we began to work on the tuberculosis with the water pipes. Tuberculation, excuse me. Thank you. That was a little Freudian slip. Thank you. So the increase in the proposed water rate will be $6.27. Water and sewer rate will be $8.80. $15.99, bringing the total rate to $15.26. As we move on to page 178, at the top, we try to give you a history of all of the water rates from FY14 to the proposed rate in FY24. The next paragraph is the funds required in order to run the water and sewer plants. And we try to separate the expenditures out so that you can see where their expenditures are, what they're made of, and where the revenue sources are coming from. So as you can see at the top, we have the division of operating budgets. That's both the water and sewer. Then we have the billing and accounting, which is divided between the two departments. We have the non-departmental costs, which is divided between the two departments. We have the transfer for the central support, and that's what we were talking about a little earlier, Councilman DeFore. And the next line item is the debt service for the water and sewer facilities. The next line is all of the capital expenditures that we plan to have in FY24. We have all other revenue sources. That includes monies that we projected to receive from the EPA, which I guess I should mention now that we're no longer entertaining that $2 million grant, so we will be increasing the loan proceeds by that $2 million in order to maintain the budget structure. The renewal and replacement revenue, and that's basically for the pipes, $740,000. And the next line is the balance required for us to establish a rate. And we look at that, and we look at the actual meter sales, which we'll discuss on another page, and our minimum charge, which is basically our charge just to make sure that the system is maintained on an ongoing basis. So we're going to use part of the fund balance in order to fund the activity this year. We're proposing $1,032,000 as the amount that we'll use from the fund balance. We'll stay within our 25% fund balance policy for the water and sewer requirement. The forecasts below are based on user charges, based on 484 million gallons. There's a combined 10% tax increase for FY27 through FY29. These are just proposals. They are subject to change based on council's input. The minimum charge remains unchanged. All other revenues increased 5%. I talked earlier about the renewal and replacement increase. The only other thing to bring to your attention on this page is, again, that we are in compliance with our fund balance policy as it relates to water and sewer. On page 180.
Pardon me, Mr. Matthews, can we talk about that for a quick second?
Okay.
And actually, let me start by going back a page where you have billing and accounting on page 178, and the total is $735,000. How much of that is just sending out bills and mail and postage and that kind of stuff? Is it a significant portion of that? And the reason I'm asking is, and I don't know if anybody's considered it, I can look at an email just as easily as I can look at a paper mailed bill. And it might be there might be some less expensive alternatives You know, if it's set up for auto pay anyway, I don't need to have a piece of paper. I can just look at an email coming in.
That's a good question, and I'm glad you brought it up at this time, because we just had a major upgrade to our current financial software. One of the things that we needed to be able to do is capture the email addresses for our constituents that are using the water and sewer facility. The current software that we were previously using didn't have that capability, so we couldn't send out things via email. With this new software implementation, we'll be able to do that.
How about text messages?
I'm not aware that it includes text messages. We do have staff that have city phones that can text message a resident at will.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking about reminder notices. I mean, in today's world, people have moved from mail to email, and we're just now going to say we're moving into email for sending a bill, and at that time, people are migrating over more to just hitting a text, you know, notice. I get them from my credit card, people saying, oh, you just spent $25, and is this legit? So the whole world is kind of shifting over to that more immediate transaction reminder, and I was hoping that we could move in that direction too.
Right, and I appreciate your comments there, but as you know, there's a very fine balancing act that we have to do in the water and sewer fund. We don't have additional customers that we can bill out costs to.
Understood. It's if we can take advantage of the capabilities of the software, that's what I'd like to do, and I think that can drive down some of our out-of-pocket expenditures for printing, mailing, and then ultimately overarching for collection costs. So I think that's good.
Definitely agree.
All right. So is that something you think we'll be able to start implementing sometime this coming fiscal year?
Councilman DeFore, I really have to get back to staff and see what the capabilities are of the software, what it would take for us to collect that data from the current users, because we would have to set up some type of solicitation in order to grab that information. Some folks, as you know, don't necessarily want to get into the whole social media and use their
understood, yeah. But if I can,
their email addresses and giving them to the government, it's always been kind of a back and forth issue there. But we're going to do what we can, as we have also pushed the automatic pay system for people to pay their bills online or pay them by direct debit.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I look forward to hearing more on that. Thank you. The next thing is on 179, the bottom, two questions for you on the chart. The first is there's a missing year. Where did 24 go? Is that 25, or is it just missing?
I'll have to look into that. I just think it's just missing there as far as the way that we have it laid out.
Yeah. And so then, so if we can get back on an update on that.
I'll provide that for you. Thank you.
Yeah. The next question is that second, the bottom, the first line, the lower line, is our 25% of expenditures. And the question I have is, that's on total expenditures, including capital, right?
Yes, sir.
And as I was looking at this, it begs the question of whether or not that's an appropriate measure, because if it hasn't caused us any problems, we're not in any in any shortage here or anything, but it almost goes to say, hey, I've got a spike in 23. Clearly that was some capital expenditure going on. But I don't think I should expect to have 25% of my capital expenditures on hand for emergencies or what have you, which I think is what the 25% expenditure is. Can we look at the merits of making this 25% of operating expenditures exclusive of capital? Because I think that's where we really want to be in terms of having funds on hand. It makes sense to have a steady baseline knowledge. I mean, you can have the thing all over the place, and then it bounces right back down the following year. In this case, it's 25, but to a preceding level, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. And I wouldn't want to try and conform with that policy of 25% to add more cash to my funds just for 1 year because I happen to be doing a capital outlay.
We'll take a look at that, Councilman.
Yeah. All right. And you know, there may be value in that approach also at the macro level for the city as a whole too. If you end up putting out a major capital expense, say for a new arena or what have you, that shouldn't affect what your reserves should be for that 1 year. Your reserves should be what they are, regardless of that capital expenditure.
That's two different approaches. The general fund doesn't fund the ice arena. That comes out of the capital projects fund.
Yeah, but doesn't the expenditure hit the budget as an expense for the year? And then
through the general fund. Through the general fund is a transfer to the to the capital projects fund as a revenue source.
Mm-hmm.
To the so we don't have a fund balance percentage for capital project funds.
Okay.
That's only isolated to the general fund and the water and sewer fund.
All right.
So what happens here is that on the general fund side, you know, when we had a multitude of projects and amenities that we're doing, it requires us to transfer more money over to the capital projects fund from the general fund. And we try to balance these projects out so that we can use the same level of expenditure going to the capital projects fund. I've always wanted to be able to tie it to a penny or 3 cents on a dollar, the amount that we transfer over to the capital projects fund. The way that we do it now is just based on what is requested in the capital projects fund. All of the money to fund any project, unless it's super big like the City Hall, we're doing that through the general fund. We're only going out for bond proceeds or a loan on major projects.
Certainly worth looking into a little further, but certainly in particular back on the water and sewer, I think that it makes sense to take that a different approach. So thank you. Let me know what you come up with after you've done a little bit more research on it.
Surely will.
Thank you.
On page 180 is a summary of the revenues planned for FY24. Again, as you can see, we're planning to use $1,032,000 of the fund balance in order to balance the budget. The other revenue sources for the renewal and replacement, water sales, the sewage surcharges, the minimum charges, other revenues, loan proceeds, federal grants. Again, that $2 million will be removed, and we have a state grant that we receive. On page 181 is a more detailed analysis of what goes into those numbers. As you can see, what makes up the water sales and the surcharge and minimum charge, and a repeat of the other revenues such as interest income, our rental from our water tower leases, claims and reimbursements, miscellaneous revenue, account processing fees, and forfeiture discounts and penalties. Our next section is other financing sources, and we list in this area those things that are not directly related. So it'll be the renewal, replacement, the amount of appropriation that we're going to use, the loans and the sale of capital assets, and grant revenues that we may receive. On page 182 is a detail of the revenues generated from water sales and what numbers we're using as far as the estimation of water sales, both residential and commercial. Same layout for our sewage charge. That's both broken out by residential and commercial gallons. Our minimum charge based on the actual pipe size. Bless you. Annual charge is $120 per residence. Next line item is our interest income. We invest all of our idle cash into our local government investment pool. Rental water tower lease information, the renewal and replacement we've talked about again. The accounting processing fees, $50 for all new accounts. Forfeiture and discount penalties. Late fees are $15. Return check fee is $35. New user security advances, setting up new accounts, initial connection charges for any new service coming on, and also the use of sub-meters for people who normally have pools. On page 183 is a summary of the expenses for the division. As you can see, billing and accounting is $735,000. The water supplies is $10,664,400.
Pardon me, can I stop you right there?
Yes.
Can you explain why we have 10 million for the water supply for this year, for the proposed 23-24, but it's 3.7 for 22-23, and it was 9 for the original budget for 20?
Right. This is all of your improvements to the water pipe. So we're just showing you the cost of that. So if you would go on page, if you go, Mr. Lott is going to cover that. But
yes.
When you look at that 10 million, that includes all of your CIP spending for the water division.
Okay, so the estimate for this year is down, that is, say, the current fiscal year is off by, it's down by 5 and change, right?
Yes, because the way that we're doing the pipe replacement, it's kind of every other year. Okay. So you're going to see these peaks and valleys in the expenditures.
And originally for this year, we had it at 9 million, but now we think it's going to be 3 million.
Right.
Okay.
And that's because we had to delay a part of that program for the pipe replacement.
All right. And that's the one we're doing with the federal?
Right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Again, the waste sewage treatment plant, 4.9 million, debt service, 350,500, non-departmental, 380,700, non-departmental is 380,700, and our transfer for central support services is 503,700 for a grand total of 17,520,700 for the total expenditure within the water and sewer fund. If there's no other questions, I will pass it on to City Manager Lott.
Well, that was exciting. Okay. So next would be 184, billing and accounting. And this is really simple from us. This activity is carried out by the staff of the Finance Department, whose duties are so interrelated with the overall financial activity of the city that separate personnel assignments aren't practical. The department is responsible for billing, collecting, and accountability of all water and sewer charges, monitoring and control of expense appropriations, maintaining and forecasting cash positions, investments of temporary idle funds, and providing for debt service requirements are continuous programs of the department. Objectives, well, we'll be talking about them when we get to the Finance Department review. The performance indicators indicate a general consistency except for number of bills or late fee notices that were issued, and 68,600 last year. We project 38,650 for 2024. There are no budget changes here, and if you look at page 185, you'll see that the percentages of the FTEs as they work on the different accountants, the finance director, assistant, lead accountant, accountant 2 and 1, all the way down to the accounting technicians, how much of their time is devoted toward maintaining the operation of our water and sewer systems. Salaries are a big deal. $399,400, 11,570 in fringe benefits, professional services 145, and other charges such as postal charges and quarterly bills 20,500. That's our billing and accounting associated with it, with the water system. Are there any questions?
Just a inconsequential comment on 184 for fiscal year 22. We show let's see, number of water and sewer commercial customers at 29. I think we're missing a digit.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just not a big deal, so anyway.
Nice catch. All right. So, the Water Division. The Water Division is responsible for the production and purification of the water supply for the city, which meets and exceeds all state and federal health standards. The water is fluorinated for health purposes, and the iron is removed by filtration, flocculation, aeration, sedimentation process. The cost of maintaining the water distribution system is included in this division. Objectives for 2023 was to continue the implementation of SCADA design and construction for the monitoring and control and automation of the water plant by June 2023. Plant SCADA systems as integrated monitoring and control of the low lift pump station and monitoring the chemical scales for chlorine and fluoride. Next phase should focus on establishing a master SCADA plan and design for all remaining plant treatment processes. B, accomplish the rehabilitation and redevelopment of raw water well number 5 by June 30, 2023. The project is out to bid and the bid should be coming in any time. And we expect that this pump will be replaced by June 30 next year.
Pardon me, is that pump currently operational at all, or is it defunct at the moment?
It is operational, but we need to replace it.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough, thank you. And do we have a spitball on price for that? Or is that later in our capital cycle?
Yeah, that's
fair enough.
We'll see what the bids look like, and we just don't know yet.
Is it bigger than a bread box? Is it 50 grand, or is it a $500,000?
It's around that amount, 50.
50, okay.
Yeah, that's our estimate.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Develop documentation and establish MOU which WSSC to exercise the two interconnections for Old Chapel Road and London Lane. We're still working with them to get together and establish cooperation in that respect. We haven't given up. We hope to accomplish this coordination and develop this by the end of the year, but we have to get them to play ball, and we're working on that. Looking at performance, workload and indicators, we've got a rather stable situation between 23 and 24. The objectives for 2024, continue fire hydrant painting program, implement a biannual inspection plan on all interconnectors, and replace program for clay valve motor starters, and finish water pump. Now, if you go to page 188, you'll see that we have 14 people in this division, and with salaries and fringe benefits at about around $1.5 million. Contractual services are significant, spending at $75,000. We have public utility services, purchase of gas, electricity, telephone service for the water plant. Also account for the cost of this utility, which, as you know, is required. That's $260,000. Motor repair and maintenance of the physical plant at $125,000, and material and supplies at $214,000. Any questions pardon me, one other thing, improvements other than the building on page 190 is $7,685,000, which involves meter replacement for nearly 300, distribution of system recapitalization, design, construct, that's a $5.1 million. Aeration system upgrade, $30,000. Well 5 rehabilitation, $310,000. Filter system, $8,900. Repainting of the Bradford tank at $255,000. And Media Lane painting repair construction $6,000, and the low lift pump rehabilitation for $1,700,000. And also we pay significant amounts in machinery and equipment maintenance for our pumps, motors, and efforts to extend the useful life of our systems. So any question regarding the water division?
Yeah, I've got a question on item C, where it says develop the documentation and establish an MOU with WSSC. It states here that staff is doubtful that an MOU can be established. Can I just ask for more details?
That's we tried to establish some communication, set up some meetings with WSSC, and we wanted to discuss this thing we wanted to do, which was to establish an MOU regard to the interconnectivity at Old Chapel Road and London Lane. And they weren't that cooperative, so we weren't able to get the meeting, but we haven't given up. So we're going to continue with our coordination efforts in that respect, but we have to get them to come to the table. All right.
Last question, on the grants that we got aimed towards tuberculation, kind of how are you projecting that as it pertains to the budget you're proposing right now?
So for tuberculation, we received one earmark of $2 million, which we're currently working on programming for the next phase of work. There's no additional funds anticipated after that.
Next phase of work, so I'm assuming that means that it would not be applicable to this budget.
We're working to get it included in this current fiscal year.
Okay, so when will we get an update on that?
We're working through the process in regards to making sure we've met all the requirements through the EPA for the expenditures of those funds. Grant's office has met with both Public Works and Finance contracting staff, and we're assembling the paperwork. I don't have a specific time frame, but we're progressing on it.
And I have a quick question as well. On the meter replacements, I thought we had completed our meter replacement program for water.
That's correct, except that we have large meters to get replaced, and those we're trying to do some with our workforce, but some of them that are large meters, we don't have the equipment, so we're preparing an RFP to send it out to get those. There is less than 10 big water meters that need to be done.
All right, thank you. And the next question is, the low lift pump rehab is 1.7 million. What's the difference between that pump expenditure and what it's used for, as opposed to what we were looking at, mentioned earlier about well 5, and that was only like a $50,000 expenditure? What's the difference between those two?
Well, the 1.7 million includes several items and the same work. So there's a list of 3 items, and that's the 1.7 million. And the 50,000 that he alluded that actually is 40,000 is for the study to just be completed, and the replacement actually is a little bit bigger, and that will be discussed at the capital improvement project. So if you look at the capital improvement project that we'll be discussing later on, there are details in the different fiscal years that we'll be doing that.
Excellent.
So I thought you were referring to the study, and that's what I said is around 50,000.
I see, gotcha.
Yeah,
all right.
and that's what I said, yeah. And then I looked, it said it's all 40,000, so it was close enough.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other?
Sorry, it's possible I missed something. Did we have anything for the fire hydrant painting schedule? It's possible I just glazed over something.
Yeah, we continue, we have an objective in 2024 for a fire hydrant painting program.
Where are we in our progress right now? I mean, I know this is year-round, I know it's labor-intensive, I know it's, subject to labor availability, but do we have a sense of how many we're painting a year?
The streets division is the one that performs, that well manages the fire paint program, because our current superintendent used to work for the streets division, so she created the format. And so, but she keeps track of which fire hydrants are programmed to do in a particular fiscal year, and the dates and everything else. So we have information in terms of doing that.
Okay, Director, could you send just an email update sometime this week when you have a moment on how many have been painted, and just just a sense of how I know how many we're getting to a year?
Yes, sir. I'll send that to Mr. Lott, and Mr. Lott will send that to you.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, then, let's see where we are here. So, any other questions about the water system, water division? If not, we'll move to the wastewater. This division is responsible for the collection and treatment of raw sewage. This sewage is treated and returned to the Patuxent River in compliance with the state and EPA permit standards. The cost of maintaining this sewer collection system is included below here. Objectives for 2023 were to establish preventive maintenance equipment replacement program to ensure reliable operations, and the list of conditions was created in August, and the priority update has been completed. B there was to implement ATS replacement program at sewer pumping stations to ensure reliable operations of sewage stations under emergency circumstances by the end of this year. This program was created last October. The ATS replacement went out to bid for PS 1, 3, 4, and 8 in early 2023. And we're waiting on the bid to come in. And so C there would be fully adopt and train staff to utilize Beehive Assets Maintenance Program, which is a program you're all familiar with since I think that's something you brought with us here, Jose. And so we're on track with that. The performance, workload performance indicators are consistent with last year, and no significant changes there. The objectives for FY 2024, to establish an inspection routine for city sewer mains by the end of next year. Establish a cleaning routine for city sewer mains by June 30, 2024. Establish and implement a 5-year sewer lateral replacement program to eliminate backlogs of high priority replacement. 4, establish and implement an annual trunk sewer main inspection program in the city rights of way. And 5, to plan and upgrade the RAS and WAS pump station for wastewater treatment plant by December of 2023. There are no significant financial changes in this division.
Just a quick question, and this is more a general one. When it comes to the training on the Beehive, how are the staff coming along with that? I know we say in progress. Is it something that seems complicated for them, or are they grasping it pretty easily? Just curious.
Well, I don't have a general answer in terms of how this is being received by the employees. It depends on the, I guess, how much adept the employee is to computer systems. One of the things that we were very careful in doing is not jumping wholesale with the training. We started with utilities, then we embedded stormwater, and then we're going to get the wastewater people. So it's a gradual process. The training is done in kind of a two-folded fashion. The introductory training is done by our street superintendent, and the specialized training is done by the developers of Beehive.
You got that,
And then CIP.
and then CIP.
Right.
Looking at the chart,
You also.
excuse me, quick question. Looking at the chart, can you explain to me the millions of gallons of wastewater treated, that reduction, and the increase in the tons of sludge produced? I'm just curious how that works and if there's any reflection or anything to glean from that information.
There are just mere numbers that vary, like the amount of gas that you will spend in a year and versus the year before. I cannot really give you an answer because there are so many factors that could influence that. But in the big scheme of things, it's not a significant variation. So.
Referring to the workload and performance indicators, looking at the last 4 years, we seem to be rather consistent with the amount of wastewater that's been treated based on the consumption of our residents in the Levitt community. And the production of sludge, as we clean this water before we put it back in the river, is consistent also. That's the best way to answer that. Any other questions regarding that? So moving to page 192, we've got 16.6 full-time employees. salary and wages are obviously a big expenditure at about $1.8 million between the two of them. And we use a lot of professional services, especially with dealing with the sludge. That sludge has to be extracted and removed and shipped out. There are places in the world where you can use the sludge as fertilizer. Yes. Matter of fact, yeah, we got a property that we were thinking about doing that with, but we never got around to it. But in Georgia, we shipped our sludge to Alabama. I took offense for that because I'm from Alabama, but I couldn't do anything about it because it's the way it was. But there were farmers who used that to grow their crops, and so that's good. We have an extensive expense in public utilities and disposal fees, as I mentioned earlier. And also, they mentioned the capital outlay here, the $1.4 million in lateral replacements, and $400,000 in emergency replacement for pumps, trucks, and other required assets for this operation. Which, this is unique in that so we physically take the water from the ground, from the aquifers, correct? Mm-hmm. And we pump it up to the surface, we treat the water and distribute it to the 7,900 residents. Once they've used it, they put it back through the wastewater treatment plant, and then we clean the water up and put it back in the river at above the standards of EPA in the state of Maryland. And we did it in Georgia, so that makes us, albeit a small operation compared to others at less than 8,000 users, but it's a full-time and complete system, water system. If there are any questions, we'll go on to 195 and talk about the non-departmental component here. This budget section provides expenditures that are not directly or exclusively associated with specific activities or divisions. It includes debt service, comprehensive insurance coverage, allowances for contingencies, and other funds. As you see here, we have debt service, contractual services, other charges, transfers to general funds, as I mentioned. There is a debt service enhancement, nutrient removal upgrade. We also have a commercial loan component, the water plant as a component. In the non-departmental component division here, contractual services are $65,000. We have $300,000 in contingent for reserve for contingencies, and some property and casualty insurance associated with $65,000 annual premium for liability, property, and environmental damage coverage. And we have $10,000 reserved for personnel adjustments and $500,000 transfers, general funds, central support service with the department, utility costs, rental facilities, and maintenance and others. And then on page 197 shows our outstanding loans associated with the water treatment plant and what we are indebted to. And also there's a list of equipment replacement and projections on page 198. Any questions regarding this before we move to the CIP component of the wastewater treatment plant, of the water system? If not, we'll, what page is that, CIP thing? Yes.
When we look at the other charges and I see that $200,000 jump, is there anything specific? Was that one item, was just that a collection of different things? As you can see,
What page are you on?
173% increase.
Oh,
And
I
that's
see.
on other charges. When you look at it, it went from the budget of 115 to where we had 315. And I was just curious, was that a cumulative effect of that 200,000, or was that one major item?
That was a cumulative effect of items that were charged to our reserve for contingency account. We not, in most cases, we don't touch the contingency account, and this is why in this FY24 year, we increased that amount from 100,000 to 300,000 because we have experienced more unforeseen problems occurring with the water and sewer plant. That's how we handle that. So that's the increase that you're seeing there.
Okay.
All right then. If we could turn to page 291 in the budget book here, and we'll start with the water plant CIP project. This project provides for improvements, recapitalization, and major repairs of the city's water production, storage, and distribution infrastructure, including the water filtration plant, water well storage tanks, distribution piping, and valves. We project $2,323,900 in FY 2024. If you go to page 292, you'll see the Lola pump we mentioned for $1.7 million, WTP skater implementation, $250, hatch and ladder improvements, $25, well fire replacement for $300,000, aeration system repair and upgrade, $30,000, filter system replacement, bid phase, $8,900 for a total of $2,323,900. If you look down at the bottom of the page, you'll see that the monies we project to borrow are $812,000. Is that correct? That's correct there. Yes, all right. Yes. We plan to utilize $1,511,400 to pay for all of this, and that second number I read came from the water and sewer fund. Any questions about that project?
Yes, can you, I understand if you don't have it here presently, can you give me a breakdown of the 1.7, what those, you said there were 3 parts, if you could share that with me.
You got that?
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, we'll do that. Repainting of the water storage tanks on page 293. The city has 3 water storage tanks. Tank at Media Lane that has a total capacity of 3 million gallons. The tank at Bel Air Drive in Bradford Lane, which has a capacity of 600,000 gallons. The interior and exterior of the tanks require periodic repainting. If you go to page 294, you'll see that we intend to take on Media Lane tank repainting and repair, 6,000, Bradford Lane tank painting and repair for $255,200 for a total of $261,200. The money for this is scheduled to come from the water and sewer fund in total, if you look at the chart below. Any questions about repainting the water storage tanks?
Yes, sir. Quick question for you. We had a problem, I believe it was with Media Lane, with, I believe it was painting on the interior.
Yes.
How's that resolved, and does it cost us anything in the long term here? Because I see 2
I'll answer your second question first.
All right.
The answer, no, it costs us no additional money.
Excellent.
The contractor, for one reason or another, technical to people who do that sort of work, was required to redo the painting interior. It didn't get it right. It would not dry, and for one reason or another. But fortunately for us, the contractor had standards and found that circumstance was unacceptable, and they came in and redid the job and did it right.
Excellent. thank you.
Yeah.
And so the repairs that we see here for 2024, and then again in 2025, what's going on?
These are periodic painting and construction requirements. I'm not sure, what's that $6,000?
Yeah, it's the same amount both years, because we have to do an annual inspection Yeah, the cost for 6,000 is because we have to have annual inspections to make sure that the tank is the paint in the tank is doing what's supposed to be doing.
Fair enough.
And that's what there's an annual expense of $6,000.
Excellent, thank you.
Excuse me. Question.
Well, that's why I keep the PE sitting right next to me. What's your next choice?
On 293, Tank C, can we get a description on that and how many gallons? We have Tank A, 3 million, Tank B, but Tank C and the location of that on 293?
Oh, you mean in the picture?
Yeah.
Beg your pardon? You saying it's an in-ground storage tank? Is that what? It's a ground storage tank at the water plant. Okay, this is at the plant itself, C is. And B is, I can't read this map very well.
Yeah.
Looks like,
So there are 3 tanks. Media Lane is 3 million gallons. There's a tank at Bel Air Drive, which is 600,000 gallons, and a tank at Bradford Lane, which is 600,000 gallons.
right.
That's Tank C, 600?
Yes, that is the one on Bel Air Drive.
Well, we'll clear that up and make sure we got that right.
We'll just label instead of tank A, we'll just put the proper name, so there's no confusion. That will just eliminate the confusion, because that's a very good observation, because there is no correlation between what's mentioned, what is depicted on the picture and what's in the narrative. We'll make sure that we change that.
Okay, thanks.
All right. The wastewater treatment plant project. This project provides a major building renovation and improvement to the wastewater treatment plant. And we're planning to spend $1,485,000. And if you look at page 296, under FY 2024, we got sewer lateral replacement for $150,000, RSWS upgrade $800,000, WWTP skater implementation $345,000, WWTP miscellaneous equipment replacement $80,000, copper permit compliance $60,000, inline monitoring probes implementation for $50,000, which gets a total of $1,485,000. So, once again, we plan to borrow the 812 there, and take $672 from the 500 from the water sewer fund, and gives you that $1,485,000, $1,485,000 number. And the impact on the budget, these improvements serve to mainly prolong the utility and maintain the efficiency of the existing plant. So, any questions about the wastewater treatment plant project? And, well, then last but not least, the one we know an awful lot about, and that we are actively taking on, is the water distribution system recapitalization. The City of Bowie operates a public water utility that serves 7,900 residents. Water distribution piping suffers from significant corrosion, and that has caused a degradation of water quality and, in some cases, reduced flow rates. The water meters need to be replaced and updated to simplify meter readings. And this is a multi-year project which will complete hydraulic evaluations to evaluate needed pipe replacements, investigate alternative methods of replacing water main pipes, and try to replace approximately 7.4 miles, 0.5 miles of city water mains in order to improve. If you move to page 298, you'll see the water main replacement, construction, inspection management, $2.1 million, which is, this is the one that's going on right now, correct? Mm-hmm. Right, and Part A and Part B is scheduled to be $3 million replacement, and also a meter replacement of 275 that you mentioned earlier. Right. And also, you were talking to Daniel about where the money's coming from. Right now, we were planning to borrow $3,375,000, and with a federal grant of $2 million. So for $375,000. Any questions regarding this project? Mr. Mayor, are there any questions from the council regarding anything we talked about so far? If not, our work is complete for the night.
Thank you, city manager, city staff, council members.
So next,
Still listening and watching.
So next week will be budget work session number 3 with the other large department, Department of Community Services. And that'll be a lot of fun.
Could we take another 2 hours and go through a general discussion of what we did tonight?